Hello and welcome to Tales from the Tumble Tankard. I'm Jim, aka Argent Winded, and I'm your dungeon master for Avress, the Shattered World, here on the Tumble Tankard YouTube server and Discord channel. We are down a couple of players today, both Esk and Sitara. I have other things they're doing that they could not be here today, so it'll just be the five of us here. Um, so we will continue right where we left off last time. But before we get started, I do want to make a quick announcement there. If you are looking to give a blast from the past and seeing how this adventure all started here, the playlist on YouTube is now complete. All of the episodes of Avress going back to our 7th session are all live on the playlist now. You should go back and see how things all started way back when. But today, the group has, after clearing out the Violet Throne, as it was known, a site of power for the void touched dragonkin, the depths beneath Drakoll. They were able to cleanse the circle there, having a lot of very interesting interactions and changes to them. Amethyst forging a deeper connection with her, with a cluster of people that she's attached to, gaining some new proficiencies from them. Sora having a connection, an unexpected, expanded connection to the draconic deities that are out there, including the one that she does not want to be talking to, but still had a bit of a conversation anyway.
105.
Yep. Grim, gaining further insight into being able to sense stones and the vibrations on the ground around him, gaining tremor sense, and Lucas through the gem of chaos, being able to have enhanced abilities to teleport, with the there as a gem absorbed some of that magic and changes yet again. Sitara and Esk both also having some interesting interactions there. But once the circle was cleansed, the group was exhausted and worn out from the ordeal, were able to make their way back to Agierus, the silver dragonkin city in Drakoll, and left off as you were being escorted into the hall there to rest. We'll go ahead and move you guys over to where that looks like. Again, the exterior, the lofty spires carved almost directly from the rock side of the mountains high in the mountains of Drakoll. No snow peak mountains all around there, as it is quite cold here all year round, suiting the silver dragonkin very nicely. But you're able to get inside and given a place to rest, and informed that yes, when you're feeling a little more up to it, the queen will want to speak with you, and sort of get a briefing on what you've experienced and what you've discovered recently.
Why are we not feeling up to it?
Because you have levels of exhaustion.
Exhausted.
Yeah, but
I mean, and you've also been beat up and have that damage and everything else. So, I mean, it's like escort you like right into the chambers there and start talking. I mean, you guys can get a chance to rest a little bit, and at least get a short rest in if you'd like. But it's up to you. She's not rushing you into there to do things, but she does want to speak with you and find out what's been happening and what you've learned in there. You also find out that she does intend to have let her counterparts know that you're here in case they want to send someone to listen to hear what you have to say. So that will take some time to arrange and everything as well. So she's not going to rush you in there to start talking. The place is yours. You said you rented some chambers off of the main area there. Some comfortable beds, a place to wash. There are some baths set aside for you and everything if you'd like to clean up. And do whatever it is you need to do to kind of ease your ease your troubles and everything else from getting in here.
So, is there anything as a party we don't want to share with her that we've experienced that has happened since we last saw her? I'm talking of Sora. I don't think we should be telling people about what you heard.
I'm not telling someone, but not her.
Yeah. I think when it comes to people, only those that we know well and trust should be told that particular piece of information for the time being. Because that's all pretty overwhelming and pretty scary, and I don't want to be having strangers fearful of you. So, but other than that, I'm quite happy to share everything that's happened. I just wondered if anybody else had anything that they didn't want to share.
No.
You don't think we can trust this queen?
I don't know if we know her very well. I trust her to the point of she's not actually done anything other than helpful to us so far, but I don't want to frighten her into reacting to stuff that she doesn't need to know about. That's all. I don't think we trust her fully because we don't really know her very well and she doesn't know us. So I think whilst we're all being very civil, that's as far as it goes right now because we're not well acquainted. But
Okay.
What do
I
you
won't
think,
push
Saul?
it. I disagree.
I think we can trust her because, like, we met the other queens, right? The two other queens beforehand, and they kind of were like, they verbally said out loud in the room that they were in that they knew who I was and what color I was. This
One of them
queen,
did.
One of them.
yeah,
The,
okay.
the brass did not. The bronze. I'm sorry. The brass did. Decidir did. But the one in Stanor, the bronze queen, didn't seem to know.
Which one is the one
Yeah,
that I told?
It's
I
silver.
think it was
This one.
this. It was this one here.
Mm.
Okay.
Here, silver. Yeah.
Yes.
Which I think she's been the least xenomorphic and xenophobic, and the least judgmental of the ones that we've met. Which does make me want to trust her. But
I trust her, and I trust her more than the others.
Mhm.
I don't know that I would be telling any of the other ones that, I've been hearing the voices. I don't think I've told any of them that I've been hearing those voices. So,
The only one that knows it all is Strolix, yeah.
Strolix and Strega are the only ones that know, and I don't know that Strolix would be willing to tell that, knowing who he's guarding right now.
For the most part, I mean, he's not one to go blabbing anything to anybody because, I mean, he's got his own thing going on. So
Right. He understands the importance of secrecy. I do at some point want to tell them because I have a feeling us going and dealing with that dragon that was dead has something to do with this, and knowing that we talked to him would probably benefit them.
So that comes down
Well,
to
we need to tell them that.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
effectively,
He was a guardian of the tombs and stuff, so they need to
Yes.
know about him.
Right, but not the fact that I can talk to supposed dead dragon deity.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm not saying.
or
no,
that you
don't
heard
tell them
Tiamat
that.
speaking. Like that's what I want to hold back. I don't want anybody to
Even
know.
in the world, even in the wizarding world, man, you're supposed to hear voices.
Even in the wizarding world, it's not good to hear voices.
What do you mean? 'Cause
no,
literally, I've heard voices my whole life.
She has.
true. This is true.
She's dating one of the voices that she's heard her whole life.
I am. I mean, she's not just a voice. I did find the person connected to the voice before I
Yeah.
started dating them.
They're
Right.
all weird.
That's like Fantasy World Online dating, isn't it? Dating someone when you can only hear their voice.
So, I wouldn't be above. I would be okay with telling her about hearing voices of the deities, not specifically names.
I don't think she needs to know that.
I think at
I
some
really
point
don't.
we're gonna have to tell somebody though, because like everybody we've talked to so far is like crazy people. We don't know what you're talking about. And then my brother tried to look into it, and that's not a thing that happened.
Yeah.
So maybe talking to somebody.
I'd be happy for you to tell your brother. I don't think we should be telling these people here, because everything that's going on here, everything is still crazy and chaotic, and everything's still up in the air, and nobody knows who they can trust, and and right now, yes, we want to trust her, and yes, she's been helpful. I just don't think we should be sharing that particular piece of advice, piece of information. But obviously everything else that's gone on, what we've encountered, what we've seen, what we've killed, and obviously we've got the eggs to give to somebody.
Yes, you have, yes. And a dead body as well, don't you?
Yes.
And the dead body, yes.
Okay, so explain to me why you don't want them to know what we've killed.
No, I do. I do
Yeah.
want them. I do want them.
I
Yeah.
misunderstood
The
you.
only thing I don't want them to hear is that Sora particularly speaks to Bahamut and has heard the voice of Tiamat.
I don't need that either.
That's
That's
what I don't think we should be sharing.
Crazy.
I don't think we should be sharing that one piece of information. That's all. That's the only thing that I would like us to hold back.
This obviously has been weighing on you, and you've been thinking about it, I'm sure, a lot. So, Sora, you realize that looking back on it, they weren't really like. It's not like they were having a conversation with you. It was you heard their voices. They weren't talking with you. They were just commenting on the situation, from what you can tell there. It wasn't like you were like able to speak and converse with them. It was just you heard their voices. And so it's looking back on it, it's like almost like you were hearing almost like hearing somebody commenting on the situation. Not specifically talking to you. Yeah, not so much talking to you. You just hear them talking about what was there. So based on what they said, based on they weren't like you weren't able to respond to them or anything else like that. Even Bahamut, it was more like commenting on what was happening, what was there. And of course, as we let that off right there in there, hearing the other voice that was there, that the third entity.
I think
I
I'm going
think she's got daddy issues, and she's just making it think it's what would daddy think if she's saying her daddy's
She already learned that daddy's a human.
Dad's a human, and he's dead.
Yeah. Yep.
So you're probably one of the first half dragonkin?
No.
No.
No, she's a dragonkin.
That's dragonkin of all kinds do not can have children with any other species.
My brother and my sister, not the two little ones that you just met, but the other ones are from the same father.
Yep. So, dragonkins are very are odd that way. They don't require, doesn't have to be dragonkin.
Yeah, they could mate with the tabaxi and it'd still just come out as a dragonkin.
They could. Maybe they have. You don't know.
That's scary.
Which is weird.
That gave me shivers.
It is weird. Because,
Or even a dwarf.
Sora's the only one that
or even a dwarf.
Sora's the only one that's done what?
saw that. Or
Yeah.
just shiver from after she's.
But the other way around, they can't actually have children, can they? Like a female, a female of any other species with a male dragonkin, they could not.
Nope.
They could not create life. Whereas it has to be a dragonborn female
Mhm.
with any other race male.
Yes.
Yeah. That's very strange.
I mean, think of it this way: they lay eggs. They don't give birth the way any other race does.
Right.
Yeah, indeed.
So it is a very different thing there. How those things get fertilized are different.
Mhm.
But yes. So yes, you've never heard of a male dragonkin impregnating any other species.
No.
So however, so with that with the biology lesson aside and some other things here, you guys are given some time to rest, refresh. If you want to take a long rest, you can, but you make the choice. If you want to do a short rest. Either way, you can. Once you take a long rest, you won't be able to clear your exhaustion, but you can get some hit points back and anything else you want to do. So it's up to you whether you want to do a short rest or a long rest.
I'm happy to do either if people want to get rid of their exhaustion and stuff.
A long rest sounds good.
Okay. Yeah, Lucas, you'll still have one level of exhaustion. Ask will still have two, but because as long as it only clears one level of exhaustion.
If we're having a long rest, I'll cast Greater Restoration on Ask.
Cool. If you cast on yourself, then you'd be cleared as well.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, but
But now they'll be tied.
What level
Okay.
is it?
It's 5th.
5th level.
5th level.
Well, can my brain stopped working. Kira's character.
Satara.
Tara can't cast it, can she?
She might be able to. I think she has. I think she has
I don't
it.
know if druids get it. Let me look.
Well, regardless, so you want to you go ahead and take your long rest, and they'll let you sleep, let you bathe, refresh yourselves, eat, get cleaned up, everything else. If you want to set aside gear, they will clean it for you, and have some fresh clothing and everything else as well. They will take care of whatever you need there, as you get your rest in. So go ahead and do your long rest.
Before I do the long rest, Jim,
Uh-huh.
I would like to contact our ship.
Okay.
See what's up.
So you sound like the captain.
Yeah, I think that's the persons we talked to.
The captain. So it's a short message. So
5 words.
captain says we're all right dealing with the situation. We'll come and meet you as soon as we can.
A situation?
They're
It's
sending
not a
stones, so I
conversation.
I can't call back. Like I called there to see where they are and tell them to come back to the city. And then he said, we're dealing with a situation, we're okay.
Yep.
Huh.
Remember, they're leveled characters too. So
Yeah.
they're not. In fact, you never.
I know.
Yeah.
But
They're not as awesome as we
yes.
are, though.
Of course not.
As long as he says they're
not
okay.
adventuring like you. Yeah, he says they're okay. They're just dealing with the situation.
Right.
They will be up with you soon.
I think as long as they say they're okay, we'll let them be. They know where we are now,
Mhm.
and to come here. So that's what's important.
or wherever you end up, because
Mm-hmm.
essentially when they dropped you off, they kind of banked and started heading north from the necropolis. But after you guys jumped out there, and they were being pursued. So, but they were able to. You realized they were able out around them. They just couldn't land because the descent and takeoff again would have let the things catch up.
Yep.
So,
All right.
so
So we're resting.
yes, go ahead and do your long rest. Satara, and Esk will go ahead to settle in their rooms as well. Sora, you will, as you are resting, as you're there, Strolix will arrive because he is here on site. So once word gets to him that you're here, he will come and see you, and you can let him know what it is that's been going on, and he's definitely happy to see you, that you're safe and not in any current danger, at least.
I look
What's
different.
the name of the city we're in?
She does look different.
This is Agierus. He already knew that.
He doesn't know about the new armor.
Oh, the new armor, yes. Okay, so
Agierus?
Agierus, Agierus.
Before Satara goes, she will cast a Greater Restoration on Lucas because she does have one fifth level spell and she has it prepared.
All right, then yeah, your exhaustion will be cleared. Asp will still have one level, but that's okay. He'll So, with that, Felix, I mean, obviously, by the time he gets there, you're probably not in your armor anymore. I mean, you're not going to rest in your armor. So,
have you met Sora?
you cannot rest in full plate mail. I'm sorry. I don't care how badass you think you are. You're not getting a long rest in full plate mail.
No.
Amethyst knows because when she hasn't got her servants with her, Amethyst has to help her get out of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
They said they'll take care of our gear, right?
Yeah. So yeah, you want to set aside clothing. Yeah.
Tuning it up, cleaning it up, fixing anything that's broke on it, type thing.
Yeah. Essentially, they will mend it. They will clean it. So if you set it aside there, they will take care of it for you. Whatever you set aside for them to take care of, they'll take care of.
Absolutely.
Yep. So, So eventually, you guys get your long rest there, and Drakoll will tell you there has been. He's not going to just info dump on you right away. Obviously, and he's not going to ask you to do the same thing. It's mostly just sort of, it's your time to rest, and he will make sure that is what you do.
Yes, resting is important.
He will say that he does have some things to talk to you about, some things that have occurred, and but that can wait. There's nothing that's urgent, nothing that's pressing. So he will definitely be able to fill you in on what's going on.
Sure that
Yeah.
Okay, if it's not that important.
Yeah, it's just yeah. He does not look overly concerned by what's been going on. It's just he has some information for you when you've dealt with everything else that has to happen. He knows you're going to
hate when people do that. When they go, I've got something to tell you, but it can wait. It doesn't have to be right now. And then you're like, no, just tell me. Just tell me.
No.
Just tell me.
Sora's exhausted enough. She would just say, take off the armor and go to sleep.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, we'll discuss it all later, and so it is a matter of, it's like he does not look overly concerned or worried, other than more for you than anything else. So,
right. You go contact Elia. I'm gonna go to bed.
I will. I'll go talk to Elia.
Elia is obviously worried that you're scraping into deep caverns and fighting horrible monsters and doing all this other stuff there. Well, she's basically just tending to trees and dealing with local pests. They did have to drive up. A couple of trolls did wander into the area, so they had to drive them off, but that wasn't a big deal to deal with. That's not uncommon for that part of the world.
No.
But the city's all doing fine. Everyone's doing well. Eldon is going kind of driving everyone a little bit crazy with his enhancements and upgrades for everything that he's trying to do, and
his chatter.
and it all has to be done now, now.
Of course.
So, she is thankful that Audrey's there to kind of rein him in a little bit and kind of distract him from his more enthusiastic changes he wants to make. But it also helps that he had quite a bit of money on him too, so he's able to afford a lot of these things as well.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of blowing a lot of his money on materials and everything else he needs. So, so I just kind of just chatter back and forth, and nothing pressing, nothing worrisome there. Although it is a little strange the fact that you don't have the connection with the Gildor and Kiva that you do with there, but there's still a little bit of their, you want to say, kind of personality in your head a little bit more because you've gained proficiencies from them now, and so you kind of catch yourself just idly making things that appear and disappear from your hands, the sleight of hand. You find yourself looking at things more in an artistic sense of like, how does that work? How would that sculpture happen? You just find yourself sort of like looking at things a little bit differently and having a little bit more mannerisms that you catch yourself doing that's like not normal for you.
Mm-hmm. Is Kiva still with Gildor?
If you check in with her, yes.
Okay.
Is it?
Have they paired up?
Seem to.
Aww.
They are. Well, you can talk with her. You can't not like vocally talk with her. Yeah, they're on the Enlightened Isles. That's where
On the what?
the Enlightened Isles.
Okay,
So,
cool.
The island chain that's off the northern coast of Garivon there. And so that seems to be where he's been. And so so she's been there, getting a little stir crazy because she's used to being in cities and traipsing through dungeons and doing other things like that. And so, but she's the two of them seem to be happy at least.
Oh.
So, so with that, any Graham and Lucas, anything you guys want to be doing during your downtime?
Well, I'm going to send sending
Okay.
to Iron.
Okay.
And basically just telling them in Agierus, been to the Acropolis, destroyed another void stronghold, on the hunt for on them, found new dragonkin crystalline structures. More info to come later.
Cool. Definitely interested in the update. They are currently still in Zinkrell. We're going to be heading back to Port Oris soon to kind of check in some things there. But the city seems to be somewhat stable. There's been other I guess pockets of corruption that have been unearthed and dealt with. Other than that, things
I
are.
don't have the spell, so I'm going to have to ask questions later.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. Yes, pockets of corruption been dealt with, not as entrenched as the one you dealt with.
Lucas will check in with Alindra.
Okay.
Ask if there's been any problems down there in Port Oris.
Nothing. Oh, in the brief description you gave her, letting her know, nothing like that here. But there have been a bit of. There have been signs of something strange. Instabilities in dimensional travel, let's just say. An uptick in rifts as well, which is something that happens occasionally. You dealt with this a storm rift essentially at one point. Actually, you dealt with a necrotic rift actually over at the Mournhold Tower.
Yeah.
Small things, nothing major, but it's been reported in various places.
Okay.
But things are fine.
Good.
Yeah, it's been a few weeks since you were back there. So, last little bombshell she'll drop is that, and the heir, Port Oris has been the Duchess of the Air has been named. It has been announced.
Oh man.
Is it who we think it is?
Hell yeah, yes.
Of course. It's Delia.
So it's been made official.
Of course it has.
Okay. Yeah, nothing else specifically from anybody. To you, is there anything else sending out to anybody else? You're able to get your long rests in. You're able to get your time there, and after your long rest, there'll be food and drink there available for you to kind of. And you realize it's strange because you're long resting. You were underground for quite a while there, for a couple of days, and so now you're like, it's your long rest, and long rest ends, and it's like 5 o'clock in the evening.
Oof.
Like this is like you
Sleep
realize like, you're a little bit disoriented for time wise at least because you've been in and out of underground for a while, so you kind of
Hay flagged.
a bit, yeah, that's good way to do it. So you actually are you get given food and drink and everything else to kind of and to refresh yourselves after your rest, and you are asked to attend a meeting when you're within the hour essentially.
Okay.
Is there anything else you want to
Yeah,
do
yeah.
before that point? You can, or however you want to prep and decide if you're going to go in full attire, full gear, or more informal, or more formal. I guess that might be the case.
I'm gonna go complete gear because that's how Sora goes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You will, as you step out of the room in your plate, people are going to look at you a little strange, because of the armor that you're wearing is definitely
Yep.
very distinctive, but not many people have seen it before.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very odd. Like, what is that armor? Kind of like, what is she wearing? What is that?
I got a fire boon, y'all. That's all I'm saying. Keep walking.
There's that too. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys all have a draconic boon as well that are somewhere on your person. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If so, however you guys are dressed and geared up, you are asked not to go full. I mean, they're not going to tell you not to bring weapons, but make sure that they are well, like,
They're
placed
stowed.
and put away. Essentially, yeah, they don't want to. You're not going to be in front of the queen there with all weapons and wrestling with offensive weapons and everything else. But you are escorted to a large sort of conference room. It's not the throne room. It is actually nearby there. A large conference space, essentially. Table. There's desks and everything else in here. A place where they can kind of collect information and disseminate information and brief the queen on various things, or just have meetings and such. And so the queen is there, in her sort of a not like royal finery, but nice clothing, a robe, obviously very, very well very beautiful outfit, but it isn't like the royal like ceremonial type garb or anything else. More there. And as you do approach, you will see she is sitting and talking with, as you arrive, she is talking with Brasherix, the general from Zinkrell, who is looking much better than before. He is still missing his right arm, but now there is actually a metal sort of like cap over the stump, sort of brushed steel with brass accents. Everything else there very nice looking there. He is dressed in armor, but not like the full like battle ready grizzled looking armor. It is functional but cleaned and looking very almost I wouldn't even call it ceremonial, but it's very functional, but it isn't his beat up scarred armor he would be venturing in. Essentially it's his formal armor. You call it there. He's still the scarred old dragonkin, but he's always been cleaned up and has been rested and looking much better than you saw him when you saw him last time. He will.
You're dead last.
Yes, exactly. So, it is good to see you. I'm glad you were able to speak. Queen Satara has asked us, has let us know that you were here, and we could potentially get a briefing on what's happening and see how things are going and what you've discovered. And I'm sure it's been a lot. And his eyes keep settling back to you, Sora, as you're wearing that armor.
Mm-hmm.
And finally he just, I have to ask, why are you wearing crystal guard plate? Because he's actually seen the crystal guard because he was at one point in charge of the forces of Necropolis.
Yep. It was given to me. So also possibly the guy who'd passed away. I'll tell him the whole story about how we fought.
I think there are others are coming here, so I'll definitely want to hear all that. I'm just
how many more people are coming to it?
And as you
tribe, so at least 6 others. There's 5 cities,
yeah.
So at least 4 others.
Yes. As you kind of like, who else is coming there? You will see a bronze dragonkin, female, small in stature, probably like maybe, well, about a head shorter than you at least, Sora. So she's probably around 5'9", 5'10", somewhere. Very kind of lithe build there. She sort of bums in there, and the more perceptive among you will have recognized this person was around in the palace when you were talking with the queen there. Never talked to you specifically, but she will kind of. She's got a bit of a. She seems young. Sora, you can tell that she's probably about your age, and very sort of like lively as she moves in there. Oh, it is very good to see you all. We didn't get a chance to talk before. I am Shieldtar. Shieldtar. Well, youngest of the queen, and I act as a information gatherer for her. So she sent me in to find out what's been happening and how things are going. And so when Queen Sotiara said that you were here and able to send, I came to hear what was being done. We do have some information for you as well. We can get to that in a moment here, I'm sure. From a different doorway, a fourth individual will arrive, and this one you kind of you're taken aback, and so the picture isn't quite exact on this one, but you get there's a little bit difference here in the picture. A copper dragonkin. And one thing about him, his head and is a little more elongated, and his neck is a little more elongated. It looks a little more serpentine than the other dragonkin. As he walks in, you realize he's probably Thora. If he stood up straight, he's sort of hunched over, and his neck is sort of a long neck a bit there. You realize that if he were to stand up straight, he would probably be close to 8 feet tall. But he's very much hunched over, kind of leaned over there, and kind of his head out in front. A bit of an odd stature to him. He has wide copper rings around his neck. A number of them, almost like his neck is stretched out a bit from these things here. And Grim, you actually recognize this person as Krish is his name. He is essentially a merchant prince from Kubriak. One of the wealthiest people. And you realize that he's just wearing like copper bands around his neck. Copper is, because of Manatech, is extremely pricey. Like solid copper like that is, he's probably got a few thousand gold pieces worth of that, or the copper just around his neck. And it's something you're aware of. Everyone in Kubriak, they all wear like necklaces and chokers and torques of any kind. It's a very, very common thing. Even the common folk wear like woven cloth or leather type things around there with various amulets and charms and stuff attached to them there. It's a very common thing in Kubriak to wear. And so this person also has sort of longer, his arms are a bit, fingers are a bit too long proportion wise. It's again very almost serpentine look to him in Draconic there. Grim, he will see you and I see that the reports are true and you are part of this assemblage. Good to see you, Grimbar.
Yeah, good to see you too, sir.
He's not surprising you're involved in all of this. You do seem to have a way of finding yourself into trouble and or opportunity. So other reports did not surprise me that you were going to be here. My name is Kresh. I am sort of the financial and or merchant advisor to the Queen of Kubriak. I was asked to come and present some information about we have in the region and find out what you have learned as well. And with that, Siltiara,
Can he be trusted? I'm thinking to myself, is he somebody that can be trusted?
You think so? This guy's on the up and up. I mean, he is probably the most powerful non-court member of Kubriak. He's essentially he's probably not like linked directly to the Queen. He's definitely linked to her court.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure he's not like trying to, control stuff behind the scenes.
What you know of him is he is very wealthy. He is very much, he is behind most of the financial operations of Kubriak, which is one of the, I mean, they all have their sources of wealth and everything else. Kubriak is very much the mining interest there, and he has dealt with the dwarves quite a bit, and has always been a very shrewd businessman, but definitely someone who can be trusted in terms of like in terms of gathering information and finding out the information as well. So Tara, we'll look at all of you. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you being here. It is an opportunity to determine what is happening. There, and she looked at the other three there. There will be no the other people that are the other members of the other courts that are there. There will not be anyone from Aureus or Aurea. We have received reports that Aurea has fallen. Let's just say.
Fallen?
No one can really come and go. It is reports that forces have overtaken the city itself. It is rather distressing information, but no one is coming or going from the city any longer, and reports are that there's been quite a bit of violence and or strife within the city itself. It is unknown at this time the situation with the Queen and her court, but Aurea seems to have been overrun.
Can no one get a message to her to ask her what's going on?
No, it has been tried.
Okay.
There's been no contact. She has, we've been trying to find out information, and at that point, Shielter, the bronze there, reports that we've heard is that she's either, dead or taken. We've gotten some people out. Some people and some refugees have come. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good at all. It's rather distressing. And well, we're trying to mount relief efforts or a way of taking things back, but things have been a bit, well, Aurea's essentially cut off at this point, I think. And Visherix will kind of nod. The underroads are essentially blockaded now. Nothing is coming or going from that direction. The undead have been dealt with, but nothing is coming. No caravans are coming from Aurea at this point. It's gone dark.
That'd be a good time to tell them that the Crystal Queen has been taken. Also,
And
so it might be something.
the three of them, other than Visherix, don't know what you're talking about.
Obviously,
Yeah, we have to give the whole speech
yeah.
now.
yeah.
So as you sort of like describe what's happened. So again, I mean, obviously, just so what can you tell us about the necropolis? And Visherix kind of, what have you discovered?
We know that there are gemstone dragons that have been corrupted. Dragonkin, sorry. So far, we found. They found our sapphire, amethyst, topaz, and I want to say emerald. Emerald. Obviously, the crystal guard. But we've also found others, and we found Jasper, who is the son of the Queen, and he told us that the Queen's been taken. So we were looking for her. We found a mother that was an amethyst dragonkin that was basically being bred, and then they were taking the eggs to somewhere, and when they were hatched, they were being corrupted and kept until adulthood, and then obviously released to do whatever it is that they're being told to do. Something is communicating with them, something is controlling them, with this corruption that is in them. And obviously the Queen has seen evidence of this corruption, the black tentacle stuff inside, and
Brasherix will, like, yes, we've examined the bodies that you brought to us from the tavern there, and so yes, we can, and you will spell it out there. I don't have all the reports, but what I've seen, what I know of, is that there's some sort of physical corruption internally within these things that almost like a parasitic infection of some kind. It's according to the doctors. I don't know exactly.
we have a feeling, I mean, Sora and I have been chatting, we have a feeling it might start with some kind of insect, some grub of some kind that burrows into the spinal column, and then from there corruption starts, because we have found a person who had this parasite in them, which to me might mean the beginning of that corruption and how that occurs, but we don't know that for sure, but we suspect that is something related. It seemed a little bit, because that was underneath under the mountain, so also
The four of them all look very
Sora-
very, yeah, they all kind of exchanging looks of like, yes.
indeed.
Yeah.
Sora's actually got some news for you about some eggs.
Yeah. I think they're in the bag of holding. Purple.
Yeah.
So we'll pull them out.
Yes. There were seven,
And-
I believe. Six.
Seven.
Seven.
7 eggs.
7.
Seven eggs, yeah. And they'll just like look at them like they'll all sort of like stare at them. They're Tiara the most, because she's the only one here that actually can have children or had children. She'll kind of, may I see that? And so
Yeah.
she takes the egg there, and they're about a foot and a half or so, like tall and then sort of oval shaped, and all that. Takes it. Star. And 7, you say. One moment, and she will. They must be cared for. And so she will call an attendant in there. Get
They
the
were-
staff.
Putting it in what they were calling a cradle.
Mhm.
And at that point, I believe they were becoming corrupted and hatched corrupted. They hadn't gotten to the cradle yet by the time we came up.
We know that there's no void in them. They have not been corrupted. They are amethyst dragonkin, as far as we know.
She will take it,
maybe
holding it
even-
very gently.
Maybe even the last of their kind that of uncorrupted amethyst dragonkin on this plane of existence, at least.
Outside of that kid.
Well, he was Crystal.
Oh, was he Crystal? Okay.
Yeah.
So she will call an attendant and one for each egg, essentially. Take them to the hatchery. Take them to there to be cared for.
Oh.
They will absolutely be. And so she's definitely just completely overwhelmed, and will hand them off to be taken care of. Thank you for that. Say there's and Crystal as well. And Brasherix, it's fairly well kept secret, I guess you would say. They're the Crystal and Dragonkin were charged with guarding the mausoleum in the necropolis, and say they've been taken. Where's the boy you
He
mentioned?
didn't want to leave.
We did
He's-
say we were going to go back for him, though, and bring
Yeah.
him. We can go and fetch him.
Can.
That's okay.
I think this is where we'll tell them about the fact that we have a teleportation circle there.
Yeah, so it's. I mean, it took you a few hours to get from where the crystal dragon came to that spot, but you could retrace the route.
Didn't Lucas pick up a piece of something from near where the boy was, though, so that we
Yeah,
could go back
He
there?
did, yes.
Yeah.
Some of the food, crystal food.
Yep.
There
yeah,
you go.
the farm, the crystal farm, essentially. Grim, you had something you wanted to say something there.
Backwards.
Saying the story backwards.
Well, you kind of said, I will tell them the whole thing about the necropolis. So it was like,
Well,
go on.
that's all. While they're taking care of the eggs, I'll bring up the fact about the necropolis being overrun by undead.
Yeah, and Brasherix,
And
in hearing
all
that
the
report,
guards are
is
all the guards are dead.
I mean, he knew
And,
he's one of them. He
that's
knew
where-
that.
well, he hadn't been in the necropolis since it had been taken over. So,
So, and that, and I'll explain that to him, and that it is of my opinion that all of the different dragonkin, are, in my opinion, should be uniting and putting a strong force in going down there, because there's literally thousands swarming the actual tomb of Necropolis, the entrance of Necropolis. And
Absolutely.
something's raising them, and they keep raising them. So this issue that they have with what's the city you just said is gone
Aria.
quiet?
Aria.
Is not going to stop, and it's going to get worse if they're trying to take over all the queens, and they definitely have that queen. Then each of your cities is next.
But we also know that it's the Topaz Dragonkin that are corrupted and are raising the dead. And if we get rid of whatever's causing the corruption, that should stop.
Oh, they're all corrupting. They might not all be raising the dead, but they're all the crystal kin are corrupted, except for maybe, or not the crystal, but all of the
Gem dragon.
Yeah.
gem dragon are corrupted, except for maybe the crystal ones.
Yeah, but we also know that whatever is corrupting them is also talking to them and telling them what to do. And if we can get rid of whatever it is that's doing that, they won't have those instructions anymore.
We know that. We're just here giving them a report and then filling them in and stuff like that.
So, Brasherix will say is we are in knowing in hearing the report of what's happening in Necropolis itself. There, you can see he's definitely showing signs that he is angry about that. That the dead are being dug up and being reanimated and such. The skeletons of the dead and everything else. And he's experienced firsthand with the Necroborner having had to fight his own slain comrades in the tunnels down there because they were being brought back.
Wait, do we tell them about Guide?
Is that any better?
Yeah,
Right?
it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll tell them about Guide next, and then how I got the armor, and point to Esk who's got the hammer.
Brasherix is the only who seems to know exactly what you have there. The Queen knows about Guide. The other two don't seem to know exactly what you're talking about, but they are sort of wide-eyed and always wondered what was. I always wondered what was there. She'll do it, and then Krash will. It makes sense that something of that nature would be there. I'm glad that you were able to put it to rest. I shudder to think what would have happened if it was ever released. It sounds like and Brasherix like it sounds like you really staved off a rather difficult problem. I think we were already amassing a force to sort of move into the underroads to cleanse it. We will push all the way through to Necropolis and put down everything we can. He will look to Krash and would you be able to potentially bring a force in from the north as well? And Krash, I will make that recommendation. Yes, we've been more blockading any undead coming from the Necropolis to our direction, but we will deal with that. There's something I have to report. There have been more difficulties in the skies in our part of the mountains, while most of our dwellings and population centers are underground. The surface areas have been plagued by flying, the sapphire, I assume, dragonkin. I have a report that their stronghold has been discovered, and a group has been preparing to go and deal with that. Led by a paladin who says he knows you, Thora.
Yes. I hope he hadn't died. We sent him out here. I was gonna check on him.
He's he was fighting in the area and gathering people to assist him, and well, your and it's like, according to him, your airship is in the area, and they are essentially working with other forces to go and deal with that stronghold.
Look at the good old boys up there in the air doing their stuff.
Mountaintop, maybe an old fortress of some kind. And when he describes it, I think you all got the image of the other places. Lucas, you got the image of the other places there. He's describing Thunder Peak.
Yeah.
The amethyst site of power.
Is that where we were at before?
But you were down in the Violet Throne. Thunder Peak was the place that. So when you guys were on your way to Necropolis, you were attacked by the Sapphire Dragonkin.
Mhm.
They were coming from various places, but as you were cleansing the circle at the site at the Violet Throne, an image of a mountaintop fortress of some kind was one of the locations that was also tied, and that seems to be where they're centered, at least. And so a force is going there to deal with it.
Okay. So with that being said, I'm going to ask him. I says, if they're going to go there and they found a source, it's probably going to have one of those transportation circles. Do we want them to destroy it, or do we want to keep it and use it as a jump-off point to do other things?
Well, I can see potential for either, but if it's a place for them to send reinforcements, do you describe cleansing the circle and dealing with the Violet Throne? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. It sounds like that was quite an ordeal that I'm not sure we all have the ability to do what you did exactly. I would, and Brasherix was, I would say probably should destroy it so they can't use it. But if you want to go and join in, potentially that might be a way to go and deal with. I mean, if you can, we wouldn't say no, obviously, but if the stronghold itself could be disrupted and taken down, that will help greatly in our efforts to maneuver around the area. More and more reports of these flying amethysts.
Because all they have to do is teleport people in there, and then they have more. You know, you never know when they're gonna do it or how many they can get through.
Yes, of course. So Krash, this Gethranosh and the Drake Warden that was with your ship. A number of other people are planning to assault that place, and it should be a matter of, as I understand it, they will be mounting that expedition very, very soon. So that is an option, but you also have ways of delving down deeper. The other locations, other places to go. I wish to make sure that I think these areas are important. Cutting off their mobility is very important, but the source is the problem. This corruption, this... I've heard mentioned the void.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. We know that creatures have been corrupted elsewhere, including here. We know that there was at least one guard in the castle that was corrupted by...
In
Oh, it
Zincrel.
was the other place.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The silver seems to be fairly well. They have not found anyone since learning of that. They've shared some information. They have not found any source of corruption specifically here.
Okay.
However, they do know that they were moving in the tunnels to the southeast of here. So we have dispatched patrols down into that region to make sure there's no one else moving through there. There were small pockets of scouts potentially that were dealt with, and so we are now effectively patrolling those tunnels to make sure they're not a problem. So it's good to know that area is more secure at least, and they were using them to steal away children, obviously, and others.
And probably taking them to the cradle to be corrupted and raised, and then. Ugh.
I'm not one of these smart guys, but it just seems to me what I have seen is we have taken out 2 or 3 areas where the void has got a pocket. And I think there's a pocket here, there's a pocket there, there's a pocket there, and we're killing off these things and making it hopefully weaker and weaker. But if we get to the center where we think that those circle of teleportations lead, there's just no way that the 6 of us, we've got a lot of work ahead of us. We can't do that in just one leap.
No,
well, the lovely thing is we've been in situations like this before where the amount of things we need to get done has been astronomical, and somehow we always end up getting it all done. So I think
bits though, and go, oh yeah, we never did that.
Oh yeah,
remember that bit?
Oh, that never happened. So I'm thinking we just take on the biggest problem we got, that is needing our immediate attention first.
Getting what first? Sorry.
What?
Take on the one that needs our immediate attention.
Right. Your mic keeps cutting out.
I don't know how to fix that.
I don't.
Good. Well, obviously, any way we can help. I may have someone that can help. But Sultara will. There is someone who arrived since we last saw you, who may be able to help with some information. If you're all amenable to someone join our discussion here, I will send for them. I understand if you want to keep things secret, but this person is quite knowledgeable.
We like knowledgeable people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who are they?
They are. entity known as the librarian. They've been here. They arrived wanting to assist with teaching and training, and she's sort of like she's choosing her words very carefully.
Mm-hmm. When someone says entity and then uses the library, I mean, we know that we met the banker, right? We met the bank manager. Like,
Right.
when you say the librarian, just alarm bells ring in my head, and I want to ask more, but I know that she wants to spring whatever this is on us, so I'm just going to shut up.
Well, no, I'm saying, she's also, I mean, there's only so much she's willing to say. The insight check there, wanting to teach and train, you know there's someone here that's going to need teaching. That is a very well kept secret right now.
We do.
The little dragon, the white dragon.
Yeah.
Yes. Your nephew.
It's not my nephew.
Sora's nephew.
He's not my nephew.
Future adopted child.
Not my adopted child.
Not yet.
You will. So if and no one has any objection. She will send for them. Within a couple of minutes there, as talk is continuing about just what capabilities and forces and kind of like letting the people know like what the thing the people who've been fighting are capable of, what their abilities are, that kind of thing. A person will enter into the chamber, and they it's pale skin. You will see large sort of like white, silvery white horns swept back from the forehead there. The eyes are silver, along with a bit of patch of scales around the area there, and lips also being silver in color. But looks to be similar to an elf. You've seen someone of this coloration and build. She's very tall. They're very tall and lanky in build. And the closest in this appearance you've seen here was the Sky Elf who ran the shipyard in Port Oris. Very same coloration, very similar build, but the horns and silver accents are definitely different. And they approach there. There's it was sort of like very long robe. They're wearing there, very shapeless in form, as you can see at least. And they will arrive. Thank you for allowing me to join your discussion. I am the librarian, and I would be pleased to offer up any information that I can. Thora, give me a perception check or insight.
I think they're the same, Jim. I don't think it matters.
That's fine. I wasn't sure if you had bonuses in either one of them that were different. So.
Nope, they're the same.
Okay.
Roll, please. Thank you. 2. That sounds about right. Mm-hmm.
Yep. You sort of like look. It's kind of like cut your head, look in there. Just all these different dragonkin here that you never met before. A little bit strange there, but you don't pick up anything specifically from them.
Do any of us?
No one else will really pick up this exactly here. You will see. So Tara will sort of thank you for coming. I wish to make sure that there's some information that's been brought to light that we hope that you might be able to help us in some way, as I know you're quite knowledgeable in fields of study beyond the average person, of course. The librarian has come to us from the Cloudtop City in the Airy Peaks, which you know to be sort of the place of the Sky Elves there in the city there. It's where the it's where the first airships were built, essentially. And so, but the appearance is definitely strange. Yes, I have spent a long time gathering knowledge and information of all different places, and I'm happy to help with any questions you might have regarding all sorts of esoteric information. And so, there's any questions you want to ask about some odd things you come across, or in there, feel free to ask this person. They do look at you. Their eyes settle on you, Sora. It's kind of like a,
Can't have them all, amethyst.
more on the lines of sort of almost like an appraisal understanding. Each they do sort of like their eyes lock on each one of you, kind of like sizing you up from head to toe. They're kind of you kind of almost an analytical aspect to like how with their looking you over, but spend a little more time on Sora as you're the closest in origin to the rest of the people that are here. Just maybe something else as well. Can't quite put your finger on it.
Did you say she's a sky elf?
Yes, they seem to be. Yes, they have the long ears, the same build, same skin tone, but
Right.
the silvery aspects are the and the horns definitely are not normal from what you've heard.
So you say they? I thought it was a woman came in.
Nope, a person came in. You
person.
really can't tell. There's very little like shape to the
No
their,
gender.
Yeah, they're sort of genderless by looking at it. They're very androgynous looking.
They have scales.
There is sort of almost like a scale around the top there and down the cheeks a bit there. Not all over their whole body, but just sort of accents around the face, and a little bit down the neck. Very long neck. A little bit down behind the ears down the neck there a little bit there. Almost like there's scale patterns there.
Are they a dragon?
How would you know?
I will come
He
right out.
wasn't.
What is the void? Do you know what the void is, other than void, which is nothingness?
What I have heard of, there are things in astral space in the far reaches that reach out across the planes and cause problems and corruption. The reports that I've heard, information I've seen, are very consistent with those things that live out there. They seek to consume, to corrupt within and spread their influence. It is not. There have been reports of other realms that have fallen completely under their control. It is a terrible thing by all accounts. And those Satara sort of nods, being there. She'll kind of add in, yes, there was what drew me here in the first place was some sort of a thing reaching out from deep in astral space and making a connection here in the material plane, and that's sort of what brought me here to begin with. The librarian will nod exactly once they've essentially take a place of power or establish a foothold. They will grow and spread over time and make it so that their influence corrupts everything around. They have in some realms, they have connections to things known as illithids.
Mm-hmm.
That's what
Um,
Satara
Do
said,
we know
isn't
what
it?
those are?
Another name for them is mind flayers. They are
We were
parasitic
told.
entities that will have very strong psychic presences. They can erupt and can stun with just the powers of their minds. They
Mm.
propagate their species through a parasitic infection of some kind that takes root inside them and eventually changes them into one of their kind. And they will actually kind of put out a long-fingered, slender hand there and show an image of, well, Mind Flayer, the gray skin, the long tentacles, the beady red eyes, um, the long, spindly fingers and tall, elongated bodies. Um, these are the Illithid. Um, but it is not. Uh, we do not. We have heard of no specific reports of these creatures in this realm. Is there any other questions you might have?
You talking about parasitic infections? Is it like a creature then that they use to cause the?
It can be, yes. The corruption can be one that takes place through direct contact with the void itself, or it can be implanted in a way that will grow and change them in some way. There have been reports of either potentiality, depending on what this creature is.
Lucas, has the void ever spoke to you before?
To
Or
me,
has it just been feelings when you were dealing with the book and everything?
not directly to me. I've heard it whispering, like grasping and corrupting, and
You do know that the crystal dragonkin mentioned the call, and you guys were hearing some words
And then,
occasionally when you were down in the depths.
yeah.
I look at Amethyst and I say, you know, the Amethyst Queen, or the Amethyst Mother, she was screaming and yelling for help, asking for help, you said.
Yeah,
And then
mentally,
they stepped that up. And they
telepathically.
said
Yeah,
for somebody else, you said she kept answering.
Yeah.
And somebody actually took over Esk.
Yeah.
And I look at that lady or them
Mm-hmm.
and ask him, is that something that creature can do?
The Illithid are known for their mental prowess, and yes, they are able to dominate the mind of someone else and put them under their control. It is something that they are reputed for having the ability to do. There's definitely, from what you describe, there are similarities to the Illithid themselves, yes.
Didn't we
But they're-
get a
Hmm?
bug or something? Didn't we get a bug or something?
yeah. That the dude that Eldon had to kill, he had a parasite in him that was causing the mind control thing. That's why I
But
think
we
that's how the
have one.
corruption starts.
In our jar, don't we? Or did we not pick up one of those?
It basically vaporized when you
Okay.
you
So
killed
you
killed
him.
him.
wanted to
Oozed,
do it.
yeah,
Okay.
it was.
Okay.
Yeah, Eldon wanted to keep it as a sample, but you guys destroyed it instead. But that was a bit of a contention there.
Yeah.
He wanted to experiment on it, and you guys just squished it.
I would like to know. I would like the librarian to tell me. Do they know anything about the grasping void?
I do not know of that name in specific. but it sounds similar to entities that reach out from the astral space. I don't know that. I've never encountered it specifically or heard. I've heard the name mentioned in writings. Yes, is a corruptive presence. It is a entity of far astral space. The fact that it's here is affecting the material plane is a problem. But as I said, it has been known to cause corruption in other realms. Those that have gone dark and destroyed. Fallen completely to their influence. What knowledge do they have for what, Sora?
Like, what knowledge is she based off of? Is it just the void, or does she know about other stuffs?
What other stuff do you have questions for?
Oh, that's dangerous, Jim. It's the same thing that we've been asking since, like, the very first chapter of the book. Why is it that Sora can have conversations with the deity?
The others in the room. You want to ask that here with everyone else in the room, or you want to?
I just wanted to kind of do it
somewhere else
privately, but like I don't know how to ask her how to do that privately because that sounds.
I mean,
like Amethyst would do.
I mean, you could ask them away from this assemblage if you wanted to. It's up to you.
Yeah, definitely do that.
Okay. So the void and the void, the grasping void is essentially the entity, the thing that's out there. It's Cthulhu. I mean, it is a creature of deep astral space. The corruption it spreads is by essentially infecting a place and sending out and then corrupting other things that bring it under its control. Is what it sounds like. From what you've seen here, is that the corruption brings them in coming in contact with the grasping void, then corrupts them and makes them its servants essentially. And the longer they're under control, the more they're dominated, the more they're becoming not only mentally but physically corrupted as well. So some of the people, like the people in the tavern, some of them the corruption there was able to be cleansed. In fact, it wasn't even fully taken root, whereas some were fully like actually physically changing on the inside.
So she was changed, wasn't she? She was like fully corrupted. The woman that was working there.
Yes, yeah. She at that
but
point.
Obviously, the others, we know that the tentacles from down underneath were reaching up into the others and affecting them in the way that they were being controlled telepathically. But then as soon as we killed that creature, those tendrils came away. And after a short time, they were back to being themselves again with no memories of what the hell happened. Yep. So it is reversible. And that gave me hope. That gave me so much hope.
Yeah.
That we might be able to save people.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things. I mean, like how deep is the corruption? How... and the librarian will asking about the corruption there is that it depends on how advanced the corruption is. It can be reversed, it can be cleansed, but it will depend on how far gone they are. The more firmly under control they are, the more they are changed, both mentally and physically. There is a point at which it cannot be reverted. Yeah.
And it sounds like that is what's happened in Uria as well. The corruption has spread through the city and they've closed themselves off to everybody else. And hopefully something can be done about that.
Well, absolutely. I hope so as well.
I know we brought dead bodies for you to examine here and for you to look at and see what the corruption is, what it does physiologically to a body, but we've discussed as a group, we've discussed bringing something alive with the corruption, but then there obviously is an element of risk there, so we've not done that. But if there is any kind of secure location where we could take something for you to examine, that might be a step. The first steps towards finding a way of reversing the corruption. But what we don't want is for somebody to be obviously tortured to death. So, and there's a fine line, I suppose.
Grim has a good question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Go on.
Why raise the dead to their own? Well, once someone's been killed, they can't. Like, I mean, you have. Well, from what you describe, the necrotic-based ones are attuned with necromancy, so they would corrupt. They would do things in a different way than others.
Yeah.
So
But it's only the
obviously,
topaz who are doing that, isn't it?
if the body is dead,
Amethyst or
the
something,
corruption.
green or necrotic.
Well, if the body is dead, there is nothing for the corruption to latch on to. There's no mind to deal with. Necromancy is the way to make use of them after the body has been after the person's been killed. Necromancy brings the body back to still be able to be used as a soldier or a worker or whatever.
And each of the different colours of gemstone dragonkin have different powers, and the topaz ones just have the necromancy powers naturally. So
Yes,
that's
yeah.
not part
They
of the
were
corruption.
radiant, and it was but the emeralds were necrotic.
No. Emeralds are psychic.
Psychic.
They are the aspects of Sardior, yes.
I'm sorry.
The-
I
the
just
gems-
everything.
The gemstone dragonkin represent the aspects of Sardior.
What can you tell us about Sardior?
Sardior is,
I'll
Well-
wink at Sora.
while the metallic and chromatic dragons are more elemental in nature, Sardior represents the other aspects of Arcanum. So, the aspect of mind, the aspect of life and death, and sound and fury represent the aspects of the gemstone dragonkin and the being that watched over those forces of creation and destruction.
Why did they go dormant? Why has nobody seen them for centuries?
Seen who?
The gemstones. Nobody alive has ever seen a green or an amethyst or any of these gemstones, except for maybe the crystals that we just heard of. So, can you answer that one?
I don't know exactly. I have not heard of the. This is the first I'm hearing of this. Of what became of them specifically. I mean, you kind of know that. I mean, Jasper kind of cued you in on that. They heard the call and answered the call.
Mm-hmm.
Gemstone dragonkin and their draconic ancestors have more mental based. They are more attuned mentally to psychic phenomenon beyond just the emerald dragonkin. They all have a bit of a psychic connection in some way. So a telepathic call broadcast by something like the void itself, they would be the ones more receptive to it or vulnerable to it. And according to the history of the draconic peoples here, the gemstone dragonkin dwindled in population and just sort of disappeared over time.
Don't think they dwindled that much.
Well, they eventually answered the call and wandered into the depths, never to be seen again.
Not never.
Well, until recently.
Still recently.
We will share that information as well, what Jasper told us about the call. Very strange.
British, I always wondered what they were. I always wondered why their numbers were so low. I mean, they should have been able to become more populate. Their population growth was always very restricted, it seems.
I don't remember what Jasper said his father's name is, but I don't. But my character will look at Bashir and ask him if he knew this person.
I did. He was a good man, dedicated. It's terrible to have lost him. I hope that we can rescue them. If it's possible, that needs to happen. I can't imagine what they would, the loss of them like that. I've spent time among them, spoken with them, never met their children or went into their stronghold specifically, but I did speak with them on a number of occasions. They're good people. Their dedication to their job was extremely inspiring.
I have a lot of other questions, but I can't think of them right now. So
Okay.
Did we get the librarian's name, or are we just calling her the librarian?
That's all you've been told is their librarian.
That's their name, the librarian.
That's the name.
The librarian lady person.
Person.
Do you have a proper name, or are we just supposed to call you the librarian?
The librarian will do. My name is rather problematic. There's not something I give out to people.
Oh, we all speak Draconic. An ancient Draconic.
No,
We
it's
do
not-
all.
I don't mean pronunciation-wise. Names have power.
Yeah, we know.
Oh,
We've been
okay.
there.
Interesting.
Do you know?
The Muffin Man? No, sorry.
Do you know if there are avatars of deities on this plane?
They will level their gaze on you
Of course they will.
and a very imperceptible nod.
Oh
Not
man.
say it out loud, just because there's sort of it's more just like there's a tiny inclination of their head and just sort of a followed by a tilt of
Yep. It's the mother's yes but shut up speech. Yeah, I got it.
kinda, yeah.
Okay, so if that's the response I'm getting, I'm probably not going to ask the follow-up.
I
Many
take my head on that one. Why would you even think of doing that? I wish
Because-
we were all
many
connected right
divine beings, those referred to as gods, will have avatars, temporary or more lasting, depending on their nature. But yes, avatars throughout history, and even today, I am certain, will exist on the material plane. It is how the divine are able to take a more direct approach without causing problems with their mere presence. Gods were not meant to walk among us.
No, they were not.
There's a reason they're
Just wanting to cause
confined.
trouble.
There's a reason they're confined to their realms.
Yeah, I won't ask my follow-up question now. I'll leave it at that.
We can speak another time if you wish.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So Tara, you kind of look at her. She's sort of like, kind of like, not like disapprovingly, but just sort of like, obviously knowing the gist of the conversation there. So the other ones don't seem to know what's happening, other than having the fact that they're all there.
We're just asking questions. We're just filling our brains with knowledge.
I mean, it's
Nothing
they don't know
specific.
they don't need they don't need the reason behind it, but it is an important question, obviously.
And when she asks that, and it gets kind of awkward, I'll sit there and go, and I'll sit there and look at Bashira's and just say, "You guys just got to get this together. Get yourselves together, all of you, and get down in there, get your metropolis back, or necropolis, or whatever you call it."
Necropolis.
Necropolis. That is the intent. It's in the works.
And then change the name, because that makes it all spooky and eerie, and make it a place, where
It's
you
a
know,
place
bury the
full
dead.
of
The dead.
dead bodies.
Literally, it's the city of the dead. It's the resting place of the dead. It's what it is.
Where we go to lay our remains, Grimbar, because dragon bones don't burn
Or disintegrate.
or disintegrate.
They don't go away.
We have to go someplace, and
Boneyard sounds a lot more cheerful.
yeah, but then
Boneyard sounds dreadful.
man, I would not want to have my bones mixed with your bones, Grimbar. I will say that now.
Wow.
You couldn't handle my bones.
I don't.
I knew that was coming.
For sure, it's just. You can turn our conversation away from your love lives, please.
No.
Does the librarian know anything about the places we saw in the vision, like the waterfall of green crystal, emerald light?
I don't recognize them specifically, but it makes sense to be a place of power. Those of a similar nature would be drawn to them. It is similar to how she kind of points to the cold hall here, similar to how those of dragonkind will be drawn to places of similar nature.
Does she know?
Silver liking to cold, high places. The bronze liking storm-touched coastal areas. The brass liking hot environments, more volcanic in nature.
Is there any way you can see these? I don't want to call them ley lines, but that's the best idea. Connecting these points of power.
If one is attuned to them and knowing how to focus their vision, yes. The closer proximity to them, the more the easier they are to spot. if you are very close to one, it's much easier to detect them and to know exactly how they're oriented and the strength of them, yes. It's as similar to looking at a light in the distance. As you get closer, the details become more easy to detect, but you can spot the little pinprick of illumination in it off in the far points of your sight, but as you get closer, the more detail you can pick up. So, focusing on ley lines is a matter of proximity and the strength of the line itself. And Sora, as the conversation has been taking place, it's been nagging at you the whole time from the time they walked in, and that voice, you hear that two-toned voice that you've only heard once before. That low rumble you can feel underneath their voice. It's the same sound that you heard when you met Kexarova.
Who?
Yeah.
Sora knows who it
I
is.
knew it. I freaking knew it.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I can't say anything because, like, that's just rude.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and obviously the other ones that are here, they all. What's strange is, and those of you with the higher insights there, Amethyst and Lucas especially, the fact that the stranger has walked in and is talking to everyone here, the other dragonkin in the room just seem to accept their presence. There's no alarm. In fact, as the conversations take place, they almost seem to just settle, like any agitation, any sort of like wariness just dissipates among them, and like even their body language, they sort of like sort of lean in and are listening to this person speak, and almost like they're just sort of drawn in by their words.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't even seem to be a conscious thing. They're just sort of like, oh yeah, okay, sure, and just kind of intent, like just focusing on their words. And those of you being and you even kind of see the same from Sora as well. That same, the body language shifts as this person, they're wary, but they just sort of like settle. The hackles slowly go down, and they just sort of accept their presence.
Too much, Jim.
Everyone sort of like looks over at Grimbar, shakes their heads a little bit.
What did I do? I'm sorry, I was trying to find something.
It's in the chat there. Grimbar.
You farted, Grimbar. Gross. Dude. Not in the presence of people of importance.
I'm just. I don't even know what to even think now.
The librarian kind of glances over toward that and then looks at you, Amethyst.
Ooh, you're in
I'll
trouble
just
now.
grin. I'll just grin. Uh-huh.
Does the librarian have information about anything, everything?
Yes.
It's hard to say. I mean, ask your questions. What do you want to know?
Taking it on a side track, does she know anything about the peg prowler?
Oh. I'm going to make a roll on that one. That's a little more obscure. No. Nope. Not a bit. The name escapes me. No one I've heard of specifically. I mean, more details might give them another role at some point there, but they haven't heard that name specifically, you know.
I mean, we know it's a hag, an entity from the Fey realm.
Yeah. I don't think so. You didn't establish that on the way in, Sora.
Living inside somebody else in Port Oris.
So we didn't. Okay.
Yeah. Um,
An archfey, yeah.
I mean, if you mentioned about who she is, I do know that the Fey realms. I've never visited there specifically, but I've read about them and spoken with entities from that place. It's a matter of chaotic connections in various ways, as strangely as life is tied to other forms of life. The Fey realm is twisted and connected in all sorts of strange and alien ways.
We've been there. Sort of
It's
lovely.
fascinating. I've only been there once. It was a rather disconcerting place to deal with, and so I didn't spend much time there.
Sora, they've been to the Feywild as many times as you have.
And that's all the many I want to go.
Understandable, yes. It's
Wouldn't let me eat the pumpkin. I couldn't pick up the twig. I couldn't drink anything. I don't want to go back there.
If you had the pumpkin, you probably would still be there, my dear.
Yes, taking offers is very dangerous in a place like that, yes.
But nobody was offering it. It was just in a field.
Oh, taking it without permission is even worse.
Oh,
It's
dear Lord.
outside someone's home, from
Yes.
someone's land.
Stealing from a Fey is worse than making a deal with one.
And eating the food's always a no-no.
Who stole a Fey? Somebody stole one.
I will then open up my cupcake and begin to eat my cupcake.
He wanted to eat a pumpkin that was growing in the Feywild, and Amethyst forced it out of her hand with magic, stopped her from eating it, and she was cross about it, but basically, saved her. And then made her a pumpkin pie to make up for it.
And Eldon decided he wanted to make it a competition.
Yes, so telepathically, Amethyst, yes, you definitely, picked that up from Sora.
Mm-hmm.
Does
I
it
was
help
already
how-
feeling a little bit.
I've put the two together for you there.
So
Who was
officially,
Texarova, though?
he was the brass dragon.
Texarova was a brass dragon that I got my lovely pocket
Guy-
thingy from.
The guy that was in the wizard's basement that you guys sent on his way.
He was saved.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Essentially saved, yes.
You've got that little satchel from him.
Uh-huh.
And the Tiamat gems.
No, I got gems that had different colors. They're not specifically
You've got the
related.
colours, the 5 colours of gems, the same size, the same colours as Tiamat's colours, yes?
Sure.
Yeah, see? There just happen to be 5 different colors. They're
Fight
not necessarily...
Fight me.
Look, I don't want them to be the Tiamat gems, okay?
Mm-hmm. That's what they are, though.
So,
And you wanted
any-
to keep them.
any other questions
Loads.
for
So many.
or
so many.
information to impart to this assemblage before they get on their way with the information they've received?
Yeah.
Um,
We'll talk to them about the whole the tentacle creature that we fought, and the way that the tendrils happened, and
Yeah.
that obviously most of them know already that people were freed from that.
Well, and essentially the report of what happened in Zinkrell, Rashirix knows about, and that has been going around to other people as well. There, what you found in the temple there. They haven't uncovered anything exactly like that in other cities just yet, but they are on the lookout for it. So in Stanor and in Kuvriak, they haven't specifically found those sorts of like pits of darkness with people being attracted to it and everything else that. But they will report that they have found people that were acting strangely and had to be essentially imprisoned and or dealt with in some ways. So there has definitely been presence of void corruption in people in the cities that they have seen.
Okay. It's good that they know what to look out for now. But obviously the Gold City is
It seems
Probably.
to be.
I
All
want
into
to tell Bashir. Bashir is his name, right? That's how you pronounce it.
Risherix, yeah.
Bashirix. The boy that we found has a key on him that looks like a disc.
Oh, that would be the key to the mausoleum itself, then.
Yes.
Yeah.
His
it's
father
ridiculous.
was carrying it, and he entrusted it to me. So I gave it to his next of kin because it only felt right.
Then we will want to make sure that he is brought back safely.
Took the boy's armor.
We
Yeah.
do know though, don't we, that now that we've dispatched and freed the dragon that was in there, he can't be brought back again.
Correct. Yeah. So, so Guide, and yeah, the two, Brasherix and Siltara know who Guide is, or at least know of Guide. The other two do not specifically. They don't seem to, so they don't know about that. So, effectively, but the two that know who Guide is are definitely thankful that nothing can be done there and that they've been put to rest.
As the group is disbanding, Jim, I want to tell Brasherix that I actually spoke with him with the spell and just relay that whole thing to him so he knows.
Well, you've definitely been blessed in a way that no one really alive can really say the same thing. And then he sort of like glances over to Librarian.
Yeah.
Maybe that one. There's something about that one. But
I'm gonna show him my bone. From
Our boon, yeah.
yes.
yeah, but mine's a boon bone.
Yeah, a boon bone.
From
Yes, Gilioxnaqua. Gilioxnaqua.
Yeah, that name. I don't speak Draconic. I do now,
Yeah.
but that one's a hard one.
Yep.
Guide.
Yes. He who watches watches the darkness.
No.
Well, I'll pass on information. Keep it. Or I'll. Yeah, let make sure the queen knows as well. I mean, she's gonna want to know that. Because that you may not know much about that, but the queen will pass it along at least.
Yes, that would be awesome.
It might not be a bad thing to kind of let the people know more about what the history is. I think there's been a little bit too much of that being clouded and pushed away that might be causing part of the problems that we have right now. So,
you think? I'll wink at him because I don't think that we didn't tell him that I was blue, did we?
No, he doesn't know.
Nope. I'll just wink at him.
Yeah, yeah. Only a handful of people know.
Well, that's
Just
gonna
chuckling.
change. That's gonna change pretty soon here, Jim.
Well, find someone to deal with it.
Gonna send a message to the person who did True Polymorph and get them to drop it for me.
They can't. It's permanent now until.
It
it's
can't be
dispelled.
dispelled.
Well, I
can be
thought
dispelled.
she could.
Yeah.
I thought she could.
I can
dispel it.
dispel it.
It isn't quite that simple, but yeah. If it were that simple, then true polymorph would never be a problem for anybody. It's a little more involved than that.
I can dispel it though, can't I?
No, I'm just gonna put it out there. Yeah,
Okay.
If it were that simple, then true polymorph wouldn't be a threat.
No.
So I thought we were just gonna be able to have her drop
It can be dropped in person. Yes, she can undo it.
Okay.
Yeah, she can't just flip her fingers now and it goes away. No,
Well,
like in person, she can
thought she
undo
gave
the
you-
spell.
I thought she gave you the phrase that would drop the illusion.
Nope,
no,
it's not an illusion. It's a physical change.
it's
Okay,
true
well, I thought she-
polymorph. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
There is for true polymorph in 5th edition. The person has to be there to dispel it, or people have to have high enough power level to be able to dispel
technically
it.
rules as written says yes. You just cast a spell magic and away it goes. I've
I've been this way
yeah.
for months
Yeah.
now. So like it has
Yeah.
become a permanent aspect. I'm not
Yeah.
supposed to be able to change back.
Yeah. If it were that easy, it wouldn't be a good disguise.
It is
So,
a 9th level spell, though, isn't it? So
yes, it is. Yeah. Yeah. So
even if it was to
technically,
be
you
dispelled, you
could
would
do
have
a.
to.
It'd
Yeah.
be a 19 DC, which is not hard for you guys. I know. So it's like, that's why I'm
Well,
like, no, it can't just be that simple. It's like
we
just
could
poof, go
roll
away.
one. Yeah. No, I was gonna send a message to her, have her either meet us or us meet her and get it dropped.
Oh well.
That would have been really fun to drop that right in the middle of the meeting.
Well, that was kind of the point. I was just gonna do it right there in front of the meeting, but
Yeah.
no.
Mhm.
So I will. So essentially, the meeting will start to break up, and you guys there will be able to kind of go about your way. Librarian actually says, if you want to talk, we can we can do so in private if you have more sensitive information to impart. They'll be fine. Siltara will actually tell you, Lucas, that there is, and kind of pointing to them walking away, there is, um, uh, there is a teleportation circle here, and you are welcome to attune to it. Um, Especially if you can go and retrieve the young crystal dragonkin and bring him back safely, so he's not alone. We want to make sure that he's safe and not really in a position where he's without any support. So, if you could retrieve him, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. And so essentially, if you follow them, they're actually heading there right now. And so they all go up to a chamber there, and uh, they will essentially each. There is actually a set of people there in this kind of a grand. It's a large chamber, circular in origin. They're dominated by the television circle etched in the floor. It's etched mostly in silver. You can see there the runes are inlaid with silver all around there, and one by one, essentially a wizard-looking person, a wizard-looking dragonkin will step forward with the person, cast a spell. It'll go through, and off the first one goes off to Stanor. Then one will go. Then one opens up to Kuvriak, and Krish goes to Kuvriak. Berserix is there kind of waiting, and kind of the last one to go through, and we'll step forward there and open up a circle to Zigrel. And essentially you are able to go and attune to it, getting that added to your network of circles.
Nice.
And so you're able to teleport back to here whenever you wish.
Yeah. Do you want to go get Jasper now?
Shame we couldn't teleport to the other places and then come back and attune with them as well.
Essentially, you need to work out a deal with them to get the
Yeah.
attunement there. So, basically, Siltara is basically giving you the permission to do this one here.
Nice.
So,
I trust her more now.
yeah, she's
Because
giving you access.
Yeah.
Yep. Now Lucas can still teleport to their places. He has a token from each place, so
Mhm.
which the teleportation spell will still work, but the circle's not there. So he doesn't know where the circles are specifically.
Yeah.
So, well, with that, as you kind of make plans there, we're going to go ahead and jump to break because it is that time. So, guys, we can go get some drinks, use the restroom, everything else. We'll be back in just a little bit. And we're back. So, the emissaries from the other dragonkin cities have headed back. Lucas has been given access to the teleportation circle within Agierus, and you pretty much are able to go. And the librarian says that they will speak with you if you wish some more. They will be, crazy enough, in the library. Which is actually very close to where the teleportation circle is. It's actually in the same portion of the building essentially. So you guys can head over there, and you are in. You will be entered into a large, a fairly like high ceiling chamber carved out in the mountainside there, with stone shelves, all like dozens and dozens of stone shelves reaching up a good 8 feet, with just lots of tomes, little cubbies full of scrolls, tapestries set up in various places, and artwork and everything else representing different places, different time periods, different artists. And so essentially it's just a large repository of knowledge, and you'll see a librarian there, just sort of like moving among the shelves there, kind of just running their long fingers across the titles and just checking over them. Um, as you approach, they will turn and yes, you wish to speak more. We will have a chance to speak more freely as well as other ears may not be privy to more sensitive information. So, please, what questions do you have for me?
Why is it that I can speak with deities?
It is
I'm
not...
kicking it off.
Sure.
You can't.
Yes.
You can't. There's one.
It is not unheard of for those of faith to be chosen in some way to speak, to be able to hear the voice of and potentially communicate slightly. Clerics have magics that allow them to do so to a degree, and those of sufficient devotion and connection to their deities can often do so as well. So it's not unheard of, but it's not very common. When you say you speak with them, I assume they answer you back?
Not all the time.
Of course not.
Pretty cryptic, but I get the general meaning. A few months ago, it was constant communication.
Well, oftentimes but when there's an element of focus, they will have more consistent communication. And
Why
I do find
me?
I assume you are. I do find it fascinating that one of your nature speaks directly with Bahamut.
What does that mean?
Well, you are a little more. You are of your current appearance belies your true nature. And it's fascinating that one of the blue heritage speaks with the metallic deity. But it's a matter of... it's a matter of
Color blindness.
devotion. The dragonkin species, the origins of them blurred the lines, let's just say. While your ancestor would never be speaking directly with Bahamut, you, obviously, have the ability to do so, and willingness to do so as well. The blues were always so just arrogant and absolutely convinced of their superiority over everyone else. Almost as bad as the reds.
I don't believe that I'm arrogant at all. Okay.
Self-assured, maybe.
Well,
can
that I
see
am.
that.
That
Yes.
I definitely am. Yeah. Okay, so, alright. So it's not unheard of, it's just not... Okay.
Not common. Priests of clerics and priests of high enough ability and connections can often speak with them more frequently through their spells and their magic, but others can as well. And if what you're doing is important enough and vital enough to the interests of the divine being, they will reach out and speak.
talking of reaching out and speaking,
Mhm.
do you sense the crystal dragonkin?
I don't have a connection to them, unfortunately. I am not a sufficient. um. A way to put this. I don't have a direct connection to other beings that they might have.
Right.
I'm assuming that you have an inkling of my true nature at this point.
Maybe a little idea about
I've-
that, yeah.
Sensed it a bit during our conversation.
Well, let's just say when we just did what we did after the big epic thing, Sora heard a series of voices.
Describe to me what you did exactly in terms of the nature of the endeavor.
Well,
Yeah.
it was
Tell him.
we wiped out the corrupted amethyst dragonkin and rescued the eggs to bring them back here for safekeeping.
Well, that would be the. You can't hear you there, Grimbar. You're.
Very quiet.
I think she is talking, or it is talking about the cleansing of the circle. And when
Hey.
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
they are talking about cleansing of the circle when all of that started happening. I think that's where she's going.
Look at you, Lucas. There. You mentioned ley lines. I assume this is all related to that as well.
Yes, it was a place of power.
Well, a powerful enough source of magic, of influence, of both natural and unnatural magics, can sort of draw the attention of other things, and so obviously tapping into that level of energy can forge connections in some ways that maybe weren't there initially, or strengthen connections that already existed. I'm sure those of you all felt some sort of pull, some sort of drawing in of some kind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're shaking your head, Sora. I think that based on the nature of your question, you are not telling the truth.
I choose to believe that that's not what happened. It's too much. It's too much.
When that circle was cleansed, obviously that stopped
Yeah.
one of the areas of corruption. That put a stop to that, basically. Severed that connection with the hub, wherever that is. Did you sense that happening?
No, I did not. I don't have that. Again, sensing that sort of thing is a matter of proximity, and while I have knowledge and sense is beyond most individuals, that I don't think I specifically caught on to that.
Are you the Avatar?
No, I'm not. I am here to teach a potential Avatar.
Yes,
No.
potential. Do you know where Tiamat's Avatar is?
I have no idea. I was not aware that Tiamat had an avatar in the mortal realm. Does
Okay.
make sense, however, based on the presence of the one here, that the one would become available there as well.
I think everyone here knows
Yeah.
of that.
I am.
Yes.
I'm going to go check and make sure nobody's listening in on
They
our
aren't.
conversations.
They are.
You say that. Okay.
You look around, there's nobody here. And if you
Okay.
ask, there are no scrying sensors, there's no individuals hiding invisibly, there is nothing here to eavesdrop on our conversation.
I'm assuming you can communicate telepathically anyway.
And I don't sense anybody within 30 feet.
No, you do not.
Okay.
No, you
I
do
Unless
not.
will-
they're flying.
There's no one invisible, yeah.
I will believe Grimbar. I will believe Grimbar. I trust him.
Tremor
Okay.
sense doesn't work on creatures that are flying. Just
Sure.
saying.
But see invisible does, and true sight does.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
yeah.
Okay.
which they have.
Yes, they do.
Just a lot of truthful information just got dropped, and I'm making sure.
I'm just trying to get my head around this person. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm believing everything that they're saying. I don't have a reason to not believe it.
wasn't it their voice that you heard, though?
No.
No,
No?
but it's got that two-tone voice like, what's his face?
Exarova.
Yeah.
The brass dragon that you guys met in Dravier. It's the same quality of voice. The same.
So they're a dragon.
Yeah.
Basically.
That is the leading theory, yes.
Okay.
I am quite old. Not older than the Cataclysm. But I did sense. I have been searching for a long time for some evidence of Bahamut's presence in the world. And I sensed the spark of that here. That is why I'm here. Now, if one is not looking for it or specifically attuned to it, again, proximity and strength of the source is what allows one to tap in. While I was not close by, I was specifically searching. And now that one, such as the the youngling, is here, I will ensure that they are taught and help them to grow. And if they so choose to forge that connection, I will help them to do so, but it will be their choice.
The connection to Bahamut.
Yes. It is a potential. It is not an ordained thing. They must make the choice. They must force the connection. That is the difference from how Tiamat acts. They would force their servitude on their avatar. They would entice them, grant them power, yes, but that person would have little to no choice over the will of that evil being.
When that circle was cleansed, and Azora heard voices, she heard all three of them.
No, I heard all 7 of them.
No, obviously, one of the voices had 5 voices, but
It was all the same voice, just
it was,
5
Yes,
layers.
it was
We need to
3
clarify.
entities.
Yeah.
It was 3 entities, 7 voices.
Based on the description you've given me of what the ritual entailed in forging connections, Sora, you have demonstrated, and by your questioning, that you have a connection to Bahamut. The dragon deities are all connected themselves, so connecting to one, potentially, in this case, connected to I suppose all three, although I know where Bahamut is. It is thought that he is dead, but you cannot kill gods that easily.
Mhm.
He resides in the lands of in the realms of light.
Okay.
But
I never thought he was dead. I was always under the
Maybe.
assumption he was there. But,
Well, he can't be dead if you're having regular chats with him, can he?
well, I mean, not essentially chat, but yeah, I mean,
You've communicated with him.
I have, and I've communed with him, but then there were times where it wasn't so much as a chat that I had with him, so much as it was like a feeling he gave me
Mhm.
that I was okay.
reassurance. I mean, the connection is there. So occasionally, when there's a choice have to be made, that pathway is acknowledged. Sometimes it's maybe from without, sometimes from within. It might be something in you resonated with the choice that you made, and the feeling was associated with Bahamut. Or it could have been him directly. I cannot determine your experience, but I have studied this for quite a number of centuries, and so I do understand the nature of this connection that you speak of.
So then why would I... Oh, because I was all connected to all of them.
Tiamat specifically said, though, from what Sora said, that she was not happy with the corruption either, that she wanted it to be stopped.
Of course, because she wants the control, not something else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's the nature
Okay.
of her. The fact that you heard Sardio. It has been thought that Sardio did perish. He has not been seen. He has not been active in any way.
So I can't really say that I heard him, because I've never heard him before. Of course, I've never heard Tiamat before, but like, it was
When
just a
somebody's
given.
got 5 voices, it kind of gives it away.
Yeah, but like, I've never heard him before, and there's little to no information on him.
It
Or
is,
her.
him. He is the Ruby Dragon. What I know is only what's written. Nothing has been seen or heard of from Sardio specifically since the Cataclysm, the times of that strife. My parents passed away during that time. After that time, they were weakened and passed on. I was born centuries after the Cataclysm.
Is there a chance that Sardio answered the call too and was corrupted the same as the Gem Dragons were?
Corrupt one of the divine is very unlikely.
But Tiamat said that she was not happy with the corruption. Did she mean the corruption of her people rather than herself, do you think?
I'm certain, based on what Tiamat's goals have always been, it was more that someone else was playing with her toys.
Okay.
Someone else was encroaching upon her domain,
That
or
makes
what
sense.
she wanted to claim for herself.
Because she
No,
doesn't share toys.
No. She carves out her own territory and rules over it with all the fury and malevolence that she can bring to bear.
So here's a weird, maybe possibly not weird, but like, okay, so we do this.
This.
Let's stop
very
the
broad
corruption.
term. Oh yes, of course.
Yes, if we stop the
I
corruption.
hope so.
not an if, it's a when we stop it. Is this going to be a gateway for her to come back in and wreak havoc? I know that's rough because, that would be predicting what a deity will do, but,
Unlikely. She would have her own ways of moving, coming and going, or making her influence known. This is something different entirely. I could not say what will happen when the cleansing takes place. I have never seen this. I've never heard of this being done before exactly.
Y'all, we're going to go down in the history books when we do this. You know that, right?
Absolutely.
I'm sure we're
So
already
what are they
being
calling the
there.
cleansing? What are they calling the cleansing?
We heard
What
you,
are they
Grandma.
calling the cleansing?
I do not understand the question. What are they calling it? What?
In other words, you're saying the cleansing. What is the cleansing?
Oh,
I'm
what you
asking
did
out
with
of character.
Oh, basically, what you did with the circle, cleansing the corruption of
Okay.
the grasping
Right.
void. That's what they're talking about, I think. So, yeah, there is a presence here that should not be here, and getting rid of it is sort of the potential outcome.
Wasn't sure if it was that or if some cataclysmic thing was going to come out.
Well, the cataclysm was something that happened 1,200 years ago. Yeah,
I was afraid another one was coming up. You got 3 dragonkin avatars coming up. What's going to happen? What's going to stop other gods bringing their avatars coming up and protect their people? And it's going to cause, domino effect.
From what I understand of the cataclysm itself, it was a process that required a specific series of events to occur. I don't think that something along this nature would trigger an entirely new cataclysm. It could cause problems, yes, but nothing of that scale.
I hope not.
I hope not as well, but regardless of that fact, it must be done. We cannot let this presence continue.
Do you have any advice on how to quell this presence? Like, is there a specific item we should acquire, a specific scroll or knowledge that we don't already have?
I cannot say a specific. I don't have that foreknowledge of being able to see what exactly you need. And I don't know the nature of the corruption itself. I know the nature of it, but not the specifics of it. So it is very likely that the source of this corruption is embedded in something or some, I won't say someone, but some place. That well of power, that the spot where it's strongest. If that can be destroyed, it will sever the connections to it. It's destroying the center, and everything else falls away. So whatever the source of this corruption, it must be destroyed.
I think we need to do with the other groups of gemstone dragonkin what we've done with the amethyst ones. We need to do the same thing. We need to cleanse the circles, stop everything from coming out of the main thing, and then get to the center and do it there too. But obviously we've also got the gold city now as well to deal with.
Well, and I would say that this thing is spreading itself wide, but also it's dividing its attention, spreading its focus.
Yeah.
So you may be able to do more than you think, as you did with the amethyst site of power.
Mm.
The other ones. Yes, exactly, Grimbar. It is very much like strands of a spider web, or also spokes of a wheel, or the idea of a network of some kind. So destroying the central will essentially break the connections out there, and may, if at the very least, weaken them greatly so they can be dealt with.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this is... I don't suspect this is specifically illithid. There would have been reports, there would have been people speaking of things with tentacles and things with... They are very distinctive, and if there's been no specific reports of encounters with them, I have heard nothing of that nature.
And the only thing that we've encountered so far has been, a creature that was just tentacles. And then obviously, when we destroyed the book, that was the same. It had like black tentacles in there.
It sounds like that is the void itself. That's how it manifests. So it would be
Yeah.
a fragment of the void itself. So it can be destroyed. Sounds like you've done it twice now.
3 times. We did the book, we did this one, and then we did the one in the lake.
The one
The
in
lake.
the lake was not a
Yeah.
void thing.
Nope, that was something driven out by the void.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I thought it was part of the void.
No, yeah, it is a similar type thing. If you mentioned, you want to mention that they're, those creatures, they are aberrations. They are similar. It's almost, think of it more on the lines of comparing a dinosaur to a lizard.
Mm-hmm.
That aboleth compared to the void itself. It's a similar type of creature. Some similar abilities, but much less powerful, much less vast. Still a threat.
I think what it's doing right now is trying to expand more. So with the Gold City, it's trying to, or it's succeeding in the corruption of that city. And then potentially that's going to be the similar thing. It's going to be what we encountered with the amethyst dragonkin, and they're going to try to do that elsewhere.
Well, I would say this. The hornet's nest has been poked.
Mm-hmm.
And it is not entirely upon you. I mean, you definitely have been poking, but there are other things as well. I think this resurgence of divinity, potentially. The strengthening of connections with other things, this disruption of other darkness, potentially. Destroying the book. All of these things send shockwaves through the entire network. And so, there's a very good chance that this is awakening, or it's accelerating its advance.
Well, that pool that we fought in the other city, that was just another part of the void, which is something separate
Correct.
than what we're dealing with.
Yeah. The circles were essentially a hub of power, and during the cleansing ritual, an actual surge of darkness was rushing up through it, and without stopping it, it very likely could have exploded out into tentacles and everything else. In fact, that's what would have happened.
No, in the barn when we went downstairs
Yeah.
and fought that pool.
That was a fragment of, yes, very similar to the book itself. It was a connection. And one thing you noticed that it sort of retreated once it was disrupted up there. It sort of pulled away and retreated back down into the depths, leaving behind a hole, a hole with nothing in it.
But we do know that it was sucking people in as well, don't we?
I mean, it was definitely doing, something.
Eating them, maybe?
I mean, there were tendrils reaching out from the pool to the people, and then when someone fell into it, yes, it was doing something to absorb their life essence.
None of us got close enough to find out exactly what that was.
Thankfully.
Right?
No, Esk punched it.
Well, I mean,
and he got, like, essentially it did leech some life from him for a bit there. He couldn't heal.
Yeah, my slod did that too. Punched it.
Yep. And then, the blackness reaching up the sides of it, and everything else that had to be cleansed off once it was gone. No, Graham, you don't sense any movement. There's nothing invisible around you. No one's lifting it.
So, if you are going to be Bahamut's teacher, not if you are going to be, because that's what you said, what does that mean for Strolux?
Oh, he is a protector as well. I mean, a child does not have one teacher only.
We're going to be spending a lot of time together.
He's Zora. Zora.
She's jelly.
Your adventuring days are over. You met it. You're gonna get married and settle down.
He will be more of a spiritual advisor, teacher, as he has connection to Bahamut on a spiritual level. And a protector. I am not a caregiver specifically. I am a teacher. So I will be teaching him knowledge.
You'll be the daddy, you'll be the mummy, and they'll be the teacher.
He teaches, you wipe the snotty nose.
Listen, we're not married yet.
Wipe the dragon bottom.
That is Strolux's cousin. So,
what is?
The child.
The child.
The child is Strolux's cousin.
Yeah.
That is
why. Where are its parents?
He got tasked with it.
Are they dead?
The
parents of the child?
The parents are, like, someone of the court, yes. They're around as well.
Okay.
So, effectively, like, the court, they don't raise the children specifically. They have the children. Mm-hmm. They're raised by a village, people. Essentially. Yeah, lots of people. They're still the parent, and they're still connected, but they're not, like, directly, like, involved in their everyday day-to-day thing. They are caretakers for the children.
I don't really care about his parents. I care about Strolux.
Strolux's sister essentially had the child. And as you've seen in Dragonkin society, the fathers don't usually matter all that much. They're not really involved directly. Very much.
That's a great society, isn't it, Rob? That's a great society.
I mean, there are entire, like, groups of people devoted to raising and helping and training the children, and it aren't the parents.
Okay.
Now, that may be different out. I mean, it's probably different with your mother and their kids, but in a large society like this, it's different. So,
well, her favorite kids, because she wasn't around when I was around.
So, other questions? Anything else? I mean, she's they will be here. Effectively, but they're essentially working out what to teach and what will be appropriate. And
I guess now we need to go figure out how to deal with this creature from another world.
Grim, there really aren't. From what the librarian said here, lithids really haven't been seen in this world, so there wouldn't be books about them specifically. They're otherworldly things. The person who would know the most of them would be, well, this person and Satara. Satara has mentioned the lithids before, because they are from other realms.
So, do you think the best thing to do is to cleanse the other circles and then go to the center?
Yes. Every circle you cleanse or destroy would definitely decrease the power of the center.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it would weaken it.
Yes. It also prevent mobility. It sounds like they're using these for transportation as well. So if you can cut the connections, it prevents them from being able to move from one place to another as easily. You mentioned the mother speaking telepathically. Who did she speak with? Did she speak with the void itself or someone else?
I definitely heard a voice.
She was calling it, I want to say, it wasn't master, but it was like something along those lines. Yeah, screaming for help.
It reached out and asked for help. Someone was called Eldest.
That's the guy we killed. He was the eldest.
Nope. Eldest sent the guy.
Eldest sent him. He did not come himself. He specifically said to her, "I'm not going to come, but I will send such and such a person," and they sent him.
If she couldn't take care of it, they had already found her replacement.
Yeah.
Yep. So it sounds like they have some sort of power structure at least, so they're not a true hive. The eldest would be the strongest, and this one he's sent in to help to assist the mother would be the one to potentially grow in power over time. I wonder how old they are. There's no way to know.
She was rather old because she was actually encased in the amethyst crystal.
She'd been there for hundreds of years.
She couldn't move.
Well, it's surprising that there's... Sometimes these corruptions can extend the lifespan of someone by altering their physiology enough to be able to withstand the ravages of time.
That's just cruel.
Yeah. Well, it was cruel what they were doing to the amethyst dragon. I mean, she obviously
lived that long.
She wasn't having fun. She was encased in amethyst crystals and was just popping out eggs every now and again, and goodness knows what they were doing to her in the meantime.
It sounds atrocious.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think ending her life, as horrible as it is, probably was the best thing for her, because it ended that whole cycle.
Well, then if you can do that for others as well, it will weaken their power structure, as well as be able to alleviate the domination and suffering of the others. You said you had a child to retrieve.
Yeah.
Maybe you should do that as well, just to make sure that
I think we're going to do that first, aren't we?
Okay.
Bring him back here to safety.
Yeah.
As I understand it, you're able to come and go, so I will be here if you have other questions. I do not intend to go anywhere for a while. I've left my home to relocate here for the foreseeable future.
If we had your name, I could use sending to speak to you.
But you can send to me anyway. Librarian
You
is
do it
my
anyway.
title.
Librarian, okay.
Usually, you don't need if you talk to someone, you know them enough to be able to send to them. Like you don't have to call their name out. It's just
Okay.
It is.
One more question.
Of course, yes. What would this be?
When we have cleansed all of these circles, closed all of those down, do you know if we have any way of finding the central hub?
Well, it may be that you... my thought might be is that you would use the transportation to the hub and then break this connection from that point.
Right.
Otherwise, he would be... I mean, there has to be a physical way there as well, but
Mm-hmm.
I am assuming, based on what you described of the ley lines, it is somewhere in this region. It's not far away.
Mm-hmm.
Based on the nature of what we saw, or what's occurring right now in Aurea, it's likely somewhere in closer proximity to there.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Deep beneath.
Question keeps bothering me though.
Yes.
Why just the dragonkin? Why?
It is a good question. It may be a question of proximity. It may be this is the place. Think of a meteor strike. Something landed and radiates outward from there. So if that was the point of incursion from the astral plane, it would make sense that that is what the central focal point would be. And because there were beings attuned to psychic abilities, they made the perfect foot soldiers to begin their corruption. It's a long time. I mean, it could predate the cataclysm. We don't know how long it's been here specifically.
It's been here that long. We don't know how wide the loops of the wheel or the strands of the web go.
And we don't know how long it takes for them to establish control, to warp those lines of power, those sites of power. It could be a very slow process. We don't know. Well, as I said, I will be here.
Okay.
Other questions? And Dora, I can assure you I have the utmost care for the child. You have no need to worry about that. I am not capable of having children myself. That was denied to me. But I have cared for other children in my centuries, and I will ensure that this one is well. I'm rather proud of one of my foster children as she went on to create the wonderful airships that move across your sky. Ilanya was such a precocious child, but she loved to fly.
I mean, I like to fly too, but I can't fly.
course you
Dragons
can.
and stuff.
We got rocket boots.
Jumps off the airships with ropes tied around her.
There are
Grimber's
always
got me.
ways to fly.
Grimber's got me.
You have many means to an end. So you can
Okay.
definitely find your own path to the skies.
Oh, so many things.
I'm going to telepathically say to Sora, I really don't think she's going to be interested in stealing your boyfriend. I think you should stop worrying.
That's not what I'm worried about, Amethyst. Okay, yeah.
I will also ensure that this place is safe as well.
They, not she. Sorry.
Hey.
My bad.
It's okay. It's not something everyone's used to.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I wish you luck, and I will see you again when you're here, and anytime you wish to speak, I'll make myself available.
Okay.
She sort of reaches up there and kind of like rubs the scales kind of around the base of the horn there.
Itchy.
It's strange, and actually the hair as well. It's like it's always so strange. It's part of the appearance I've taken up for so long, but still not quite natural. But it works.
No, I'm gonna lose this unnatural thing as soon as I possibly can.
Maybe you can help with that. Do you have an affinity with magic?
Yes, to a degree. I have.
I mean, Sora's current coloration was obviously a necessity when we first came, but I don't think that's necessary anymore.
Mm-mm.
I don't have a specific way of doing so, but
Okay.
I might be able to do something.
Turn you into a frog.
Yep. I mean, whatever I do will be temporary at best. It seems magic is
don't
more
worry.
permanent nature. It could be reversed, I'm sure.
We can go and have it permanently reversed, can't we? We hop out to...
You were told, yeah.
Yeah, we were told.
Sora.
When it was put on you, you said it could be reversed.
Well, it'd be funny if it's permanent.
No, it would not be funny.
Yes,
Grimbar.
Listen,
No.
if I have to paint you every day, I will.
It's not the same.
Promise?
Yeah. Every morning, wake up before we put your armor on. I'll spray you blue.
Yes, let's just make them blue.
Prismatic spray you blue.
No, not prismatic. That's not. No, we don't want that for Sora.
Be good.
Okay.
All right. So, anything else?
Off we go. Mm-mm.
So, what's the plan then? What do you want to do?
I wanted to go check out the people who were learning how to ride the drakes because I wanted to be a rake rider. Rake rider? Right? Nope.
Rake rider? A rake rider.
That's a life.
That's a totally different thing there. Yeah, you don't want to be a rake rider.
Nope, not one of those. I wanted to ride a drake. That is what I want.
Okay, that's a project. Okay.
It's not something you can learn in a day or two.
No,
Exactly.
it's not. But I needed to make the connection first and tell them I wanted to do it before I could do it. I wanted to do it the last time we were over here doing these things and didn't get a chance to.
Effectively, I mean, the idea is that drake riders have to live here with their drake, so you can put a drake in your pocket and pop it out whenever you want. Well, some can, but that's a specific class ability that you don't have.
I was gonna say you might want to rephrase that one.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, there are those that can do that. I mean, heck, Lucas would probably do it, but
Do you want me to summon up a drake for you?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Definitely.
Uh-oh.
Summon up that drake for me. That's what you're gonna do.
Nope.
I mean,
I know.
Could do,
yeah, it's
Anyhow.
But so there was some potential talk of. So the one thing you do have a resource that you don't have anything to do with there is the force crystals themselves. You have that kind of stack of crystals that are attuned to force energy, that could be used in some way to enhance capabilities, turn it into various items. You also do have, I believe, there's also the bracer of force that you got off of Prime, the main guy there. I'm not sure who has that.
Grimbar does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So and you have that on your
I
character
can't
sheet,
use it.
don't
I
you?
already have. I had a question
Okay.
about it. I can't use that. The question is on the inventory. I have the Guardian Bond bracelet. It says bracelet. Is
Yeah.
that a bracelet or is that a bracelet?
It's literally a bracelet. It is literally it's something that Sora gave that basically allows Sora to extend their aura of protection to you.
So with that being said, does that mean that I could put this that force bracer on?
Yeah. It's a
Because she
one-arm
says
thing.
I'm-
Yeah.
Yeah, because the other one is I have
He means, can he wear the bracelet with two braces?
I have the Manatech bracer of wrist
Mhm.
pocket. Now I could take that off because
You could.
that's something I can use in a city. But I was just kind of curious if I could have both.
Yeah. The bracelet is literally just a bracelet. It's a wrap around there. So obviously, a bracer is more for the forearm. Kind of the bracer kind of just fits around the wrist. So, and again, the Manatech bracer and the Guardian bracelet are not attuned items. You don't need to worry about them interfering with anything else.
Okay.
They're
So nobody
just what
seemed
they are.
Nobody seemed to want that, and I thought that was pretty good because that gives it. Is that like Eldritch Blast instead of
It's magic missile.
It's
No, it's literally magic missile. Basically, it doesn't miss. It's like a wand of magic missiles. Yes, and it has some other abilities when you're tuned to it. So,
So
Are we
it is
gonna-
a tuned item.
Are we going to what,
Isn't
sorry?
it?
I'll wait for
All right. So
more
I'm
to
gonna
finish.
do a tune,
Oh,
too.
okay.
What do I want to do?
well, go ahead, Lucas. What do we got there?
Actually, are we going to pick up Jasper now?
I mean,
I think that's a
Okay.
good idea. ASAP.
okay.
Are we going to let any of the in-town folks become attuned to that circle while we're already here using it?
What do you mean?
Um,
Lucas got tuned to it.
Yeah, because he created it. But aren't we going to let the
Mhm.
people in the town also
Oh,
become
you mean
attuned to it?
Oh, I mean that they don't have a reason to specifically. I mean, if people want them to, they can.
We're not going
arrange for
there
that.
anyway, are we? We're not going to the circle. We're going to where Jasper is, which is ages away. We're going to teleport
Hours.
straight there and then use teleport
Hours.
circle to come back. Aren't we?
Yeah, that was the plan.
Yeah, but
Hmm?
the teleport circle is a day's travel or 2 days travel from where the kid is,
Nope.
isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's
Hours.
Lucas doesn't.
hours.
Yeah. So it's a number of hours. It's quite a few hours away. No, the thing is, Lucas can teleport there with a teleport spell, and then teleportation circle back.
Mm-hmm. Because
He
he's
doesn't
just
need to
attuned to the teleportation circle in this city,
Right.
so he can come back that way. But he has an item that he picked up next to where Jasper is, so he can use teleport 7th level spell to get to Jasper, and then use a 5th level teleport circle to come back.
Jump back.
Yes, I thought there had to be a teleport circle there for him to be able to
No.
cast that spell.
Uh-uh.
There has to be one where you're going. Yeah, teleportation requires you to have a teleportation circle to where you're going, not where you're starting. So you're teleporting to. So you create a temporary circle that flares up. You jump through it and go to it and show up at a permanent teleport circle. Is how that works. Yep. All right. So yeah, you guys can find it. I mean, gather together. Lucas, you focus on the.
Uh-oh, Jim's frozen.
It's the weather he's got out there right now.
Yep. Everybody do things that are naughty where he can't tell us off. Yay. Hi, Dow. We love you. He'll be back in a minute, I'm sure. Come on,
He
Jim.
will.
You can do it. Fight the snow. Everybody will let snow away. You're not trying hard enough. Come on. Gotta get Jim back.
My brain is shot, okay?
Same. I want to see this dragon in her true form.
Right?
Their true form. Sorry, I keep saying her, she. I'm sorry. I'm not. I didn't mean it.
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Oh, you're
I'm
back!
back. Yes.
Yay!
Connection drop there. So let's see here.
Uh-huh.
What is going on? Why are these images not appearing? I mean, let me restart.
I was willing you back like this. And you came back.
Aw. Come Come on now. There we are. Okay. Nope. Not that one. Trying to find the right image here for you.
Of Jasper?
No, of the place you're going to.
I don't understand why he's called Jasper.
Because that's what Jim
Jasper?
named him.
Because Jasper is a quartz crystal.
There's
It's
that
also very red or very blue,
Yes,
depending if
and he
it's
had
red or
kind of
blue.
orangish red patches on his scale.
Okay, cool.
Yes. Yeah, he actually had orange discoloration on the side of his face and across his chest.
Okay, nice.
No.
No? I know.
That's a way callback.
Right?
What?
Jim got it.
What?
You said nice, and I said no.
Why?
Because nice plays on Wednesdays.
Just not anymore.
That's why we didn't finish it, Bernie.
We don't say that anymore.
Okay. Well, I don't have the exact image there. This will do. All right. So, as Lucas casts a spell, you guys are all together there. You suddenly the whole world flashes in front of you, and you end up.
Nice.
Yes,
In
we're
this
also
chamber over here.
leaving Ask to sleep because
He's
he
got a
needs
level
it.
of exhaustion.
Sure.
Mhm.
So we leave Satara to take care of him?
Yes.
That'll be fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds like a plan, man.
These guys won't actually be here currently. They'll be somewhere else in the area here. But when you appear, actually, in this cavern here, all the crystals around you, it is quiet. You see the patch in the wall where cobble opened up for you, so you can go down into the tunnels beyond.
Mhm.
And you are able to go back into the chambers. Within a few moments of arriving, however, you will hear the thud, 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 thud as Cobble will kind of move into view, sort of like staring, like looking at you kind of strangely and just kind of in a language you can't speak.
Nope.
Of like gravel being mushed around in someone's hand. And
Karen.
yeah, exactly.
Where's Jasper? That's all I'm gonna ask him.
Sort of like
I'll do it.
pause for the moment there. Stomps on the ground really hard, and Grim, when he stomps on the ground like he does there, it's in a way it's like almost like a boom of thunder / flash of light to your tremor sense. You like, whoa! It's not enough to like cause any pain or blind you or anything, but it's like, whoa! You kind of flinch a bit at the sound as it's there. But a few moments later, moving into view. Let me see here. One sec. What's going on? There we go. Come on. You will see Jasper step into view, and while I know it looks kind of bluish, he's actually the patch of orange along the side of his face and down across his neck.
Well, you're back. Is everything okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we told you we'd be back for you.
Yeah, we took care of at least this place. We're going to take you to the city where you'll have people looking after you. We also saved some eggs, and they've been taken back. Some amethyst eggs, uncorrupted.
Oh, okay.
We're still
You
looking
didn't
for
get
the
your-
crystal
we
clean.
didn't-
We haven't found your mother yet, but we're still looking.
Okay. Well, you mean I'm not gonna have to be here by myself now? What
No.
about Cobble?
Cobble just sort of like, just kind of like starts to wander off a little bit.
I think Cobble likes being here.
Mm.
Look at all the little rock things that he gets to eat and play with all the time.
And I mean, you could come back and once everywhere is safe, you could come back and play here and come and visit Cobble.
Yep, he will.
We're going to save your people, and they're going to come back anyways, but he's going to keep your home safe while you're gone.
It's
We're going to go get properly trained.
gives a semblance of a nod, kind of the upper body sort of like bobs up and down a little bit, almost like a nod, kind of thing like that. Grumbles something.
The kid or Cobble?
Cobble.
Okay,
And
thank
the kid's
you.
just like, okay. Well, I should go and get my things then.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. So he kind of runs off into the other rooms.
Gonna talk. I know Cobble can understand me. I can't understand him, but maybe see if I can get something from Cobble for him to remember Cobble with, like a rock or something that is specific to Cobble to give to Jasper.
Kind of looks around for a moment there, reaches up his hand, snaps off one of his fingers,
Oh, that's
Ah,
and hands it to you.
no, that was no.
that was
And it sort of like does this a little bit there, and the kind of the stone kind of
Grows
reforms
back.
around there.
Uh-huh.
Essentially, he's
You
got
were
sort of
good friends. We thought you might
he's
like
got
to
sort of like
remember.
three fingers temporarily until it also is like kind of like spreads apart there.
That was the worst thing ever.
Oh man.
Hands you the it's about 8 inches long or so. About yeah.
That's what she said.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'll look at Cobble. I said, did you feel that source of power fade?
Sort of kind of like does this sort of
No.
it doesn't really have a head that can bob up and down. There's like, it has to move upper body kind of back and forth. Like his head kind of embedded into his torso, so it's kind of like does this.
I don't know if it's a
this.
yes or a no.
Well, I mean, you feel a source of power, just sort of like does this. Like,
That's a no.
do you assume no? Doesn't have a head to shake. That shakes its upper body.
I will telepathically tell Cobble that Jasper will be taken care of. And if we need to bring him back here to come visit you, we will. Once everywhere is safe.
It sort of like looks at you blankly. And it sort of slowly bobs up and down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All this reassurance for a rock.
Sure.
Mhm.
I mean,
We're
Gallup
heading
are
over
not.
where Jasper was.
He's taking good care of the kid, though, isn't he?
He did. He did
Yep.
great care of the kid.
I want to hug Cobble. Can I hug him?
I mean, doesn't know what to do with that, but yeah.
Yeah, but it'll make me happy.
Gallup have 11 intelligence. They have average intelligence, so they're not like either. They're totally.
Mm-hmm.
But
Will he hug me back, though?
it just sort of like kind of does this sort of thing of like, I mean,
He's all clumpy about it.
yeah, it's like, and it doesn't really have like the really wide range of motion to. You're also afraid he would probably crush you if he tried to, because he is a massive pile of rock.
Uh-huh. I saw a look. Look at me between a rock and a hard place.
No,
Ooh. Yeah,
I'm not quite sure you weren't born.
He's not large size. He's medium, but he's very, very bulky and
Oh,
made of rock and dirt and stuff like that. So yeah, it's,
I love him.
You
What
would.
a big
A slod and rock man,
that
huh?
noise he makes. It's great.
yeah. I mean, he is an elemental. If you can summon elementals, you can summon one of these things.
Yeah.
He's basically earth elemental. He's similar to the Azer are for fire elementals. Azer are like the little fiery dwarf things. Galabdur are the earth kind of versions of that. So.
Little fiery, like Grimball, little fiery dwarf things.
Like made of fire. Like their whole.
I know.
No, you could make Grim into an Azer. Yeah. Just...
Jasper, you okay back there? Shouldn't take this long.
Yeah.
Yeah. He will come out there with. he will come out with like a bag of essentially a sack full of like clothes stuff things. There's a piece of like there's like a piece of armor sticking out of it. Not like the full plate like you have, but I mean some kind of bit of armor sticking out there. He's like kind of lugging this thing along here. Another like sack over the shoulder there. You can see bits of crystal sticking out of it. He's like geared for a long trip.
I
I'll
don't know
find
that
it
you
on the
need.
carpet and help him carry stuff back over.
I don't know
Sure.
that you need all of that, buddy. But
Oh, I have more. 1 sec.
No.
Running
No.
off. He comes back with a satchel full of books.
He can take his stuff with him. He's going to want to feel like he's at home. I mean, would you want to go to a new place with literally nothing?
I didn't say not take anything. I said maybe not take everything.
Yeah,
Is all I
Yeah,
said.
well, You can't
Perception
take
check?
rubble.
Yeah.
Well, that's not bad. I got a 12.
Too bad.
I meant cobble, not rubble.
Okay.
Yes, obviously he can't take the big rock man with him.
Yeah, he's got to leave cobble behind, so at least he wants to take his stuff so he can, feel a little bit like he's got stuff.
You
Okay.
will. Oh, sure. I mean, one of the things that kind of the satchel he's got there with some books. You will note that the satchel itself, like sewed onto it or attached to it, there is a fragment of like a leathery looking hide of some kind.
Is it like my satchel?
No,
Oh.
it looks like a bit of the dragon's wing.
What?
What? Where'd you get that, buddy?
Well, those are my people. Because of their their task, we often have a piece of guide to take with us. It's sort of a token of what we of our of the job that we have.
You have a piece of guide with you.
Yeah, we all do.
So do you.
Pretty much.
Listen.
Oh, so do you.
So do we.
Yeah, so do we.
His isn't magical.
Yeah.
It doesn't do what yours does, but it's still a piece of it.
When
Yeah,
you get to
we
the
never
city,
got that. You never put that on our sheets.
I'll do
Oh,
it myself.
Yeah, you just put it on. Just put it as an item there. It's
Do a custom item, like a boon
So-
from what's his face.
yeah. I'll go back in and try to do that. Just note to myself to go do that.
I just made myself to have fire
Yeah.
resistance, almost immunity.
Yeah, some of them aren't really items. They can be. They're sort of like things you can add.
So when we get back to town, I suggest that maybe possibly you keep that to yourself.
Well, I don't think anyone would know what it is really, but I'll keep my satchel. I'll keep my satchel in my room, wherever I'm staying.
I mean, you only recognize it because you know what it is. But no one else.
Well,
Just,
didn't we just give them a detailed report of what we did?
I don't think you told like every like. Did you tell them about the boons that you got from the
pretty
dragon?
I used the word I got
No.
a boon.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
we got a
mean-
boon.
Didn't
Yeah.
say what it was or what. How, what
We didn't
Was
say
it
what it
pizza?
was or how we got it, no, but we said we got a boon.
that's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's. I mean, trust me. None of the people who haven't been in that chamber would even know what it is. It looks like a scrap of leather,
Okay. Okay.
a bit tattered.
Just
Yeah.
trying to protect him and his stuff, that's all.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
forgot what I
understandable.
got. I forgot all about that. I forgot what I took.
Like, did you get fire resistance?
I think you did. Me and him got fire resistance.
On it.
We wrote it down. Hold on, I'll look it up while you guys continue.
So, yeah, he's got his stuff there. Amethyst, you can kind of put it on the carpet there, let it float around. That little nice suit there. It isn't that heavy. It's just that he's not very big, and so like he's only about, he's not quite 5 feet tall, and so these bags are fairly big for him. So yeah, The satchel only has like 6 or 7 books in it. It's
Probably
not
would
like
have
it's
been easier to just go to where he was getting his stuff from and teleport straight from there. And I mean, if there's much more, we could do that.
no, this is everything. And so, yeah, you are able to kind of, Lucas, you essentially make space there. The gem kind of, as you used to put the diamond in place there, the gem now acts that way. It projects that kind of that blue swirl of light around there. The runes all flare up and pop into view. 10-minute cast for soldiers, or 1 minute cast. I don't know what teleportation circle is.
It's a minute.
It's a minute, yeah. So over the course of a minute, you guys see the runes kind of flare to life there. Cobble just sort of backs away a little bit.
Obviously we'll tell them we're coming this time rather than
Yeah,
appearing unannounced.
sure thing. Yeah, yeah. Essentially, yeah. Your the runes flare to life. The gem in the middle sort of hovers up into the air, and a circle appears in the center underneath the gem. As you go to move through, you look down, the gem's already back, like around your neck. Like, wait a minute, like for a second there, you thought it was in 2 places at one time, but okay, but it's there, and okay, yeah, you're able to move through the portal, and you're back in Agierus in the chamber. The mages that watch over the place there, the one they send people out from there, are just sort of waiting for you and nod to you as you come through. The circle collapses back down, and you are back in Agierus with the, well, potentially only crystal dragonkin not in captivity at this point. Looks around. Whoa. Sees the silver dragonkin standing over there, just kind of like, I haven't seen very many like you, or a place like this. Where is this again?
This is Agierus.
Agierus. Oh, that's the silver place.
Silver dragonkin, yeah. They're gonna take good care of you.
It's newer
Okay.
than me. I can never remember that.
Yes, some other folks will show up. Kind of claw. Okay, the claw, which, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, you basically advantage on strength saves. You can dig in and prevent yourself from getting knocked back. That's what that is.
Ignore that.
Always. Yep. So, yeah, some folks will come along and take Jasper there and carry his stuff there. Sort of like waves to all of you, and is led off to some other chambers. Oh, you've retrieved the crystal kid, and what did you do now?
I want to give him a hug.
Oh yeah, he's definitely. It'll be sort of one of those little moments of, as he kind of wanders out, kind of like waves to all of you, and then kind of runs back and hugs a couple of you, and then runs back off again.
And no, Amethyst, he didn't have the armor that I got. Didn't come from that guy. The thing that was his birthright was that key that he already has. The armor came from
father was
somebody else.
wearing, too.
Why are you
So-
I don't
telling me
have
that?
no. The armor I got from the guy inside of the tomb. The key was from the guy who was outside of the tomb.
Why?
And the
Why are you
keys-
telling me that? I didn't.
oh, sorry, I didn't read it right. I got a whisper from Grimbar, not from you. I apologize, Grimbar.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was messing with her. Yeah. You
Yeah,
give his
yeah.
armor back. It's a birthright.
It's not his birthright. His birthright was the key.
Well,
I mean, he would have been trained into the guard at some point,
Mm-hmm.
but not right
Well,
now.
the claw, is it a +1 Or is it a
Advantage on strength saving throws. So you always have advantage on strength saving throws.
Just have to roll with advantage or roll twice and choose the best.
Yep. So
there's nothing you can put on your character sheet to do it. I don't think, unless Jim can do it.
I'll try to find a way to do it. I mean, it's an item we can add. And I just need to figure out how to do that. So, all right. So back in Agierus, you have Lucas has tapped a couple of big spell slots, but at the same time, you can still have other places you can go and do. Where to now? What's the plan?
I want to not be this color.
Port Taurus then?
Yep. Wherever we got to go to not be this color. Lucas, are we able to do that?
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Do a sending to Port Taurus to let them know we're coming.
Yep. Look at you remembering, because
So you message Port Oris. Yeah. Otherwise, it would just fail. In the case of Port Oris, it wouldn't be a problem. It just wouldn't work. So, as you do the sending, after about 10-15 seconds or so, you'll say, "All clear. You can come on through," and you will flip, and you are back in the teleportation chamber of Port Oris.
Man, it's been so long since we've been to Port Oris, y'all.
Yeah, it's been quite a while, in fact.
Wow.
Yes, so you are here in the tower.
It's even longer since we've been to Raven's Crest.
I know.
So,
Yeah, you and Alia.
you are struck by the fact that you went from a very cold place to a very warm place, as the Port Oris is kind of much more humid and warm as it is in the summer now.
I'm just glad we're not in a North Korean.
Yes,
Why?
well, it's pretty much always hot there.
Because it's hot there.
Hot there.
But it's very warm and muggy here. Although as in the in the chamber you don't really feel it, but as you kind of move out there, Sora, you want to go and have this reversed right away?
Yes. I'm not stopping anywhere else.
Okay. Well, you as you appear at the television chamber, there'll be sort of a kind of a little messenger person there, along with the guards that are stationed there all the time there. Let them know that you wish to see Professor Prepsel. And they will see if she's available. Lucky for you, she is working. She is putting things out there. She's all very happy to see you. Oh, nice to see y'all. You've been away for a bit. Look a bit different in some ways, but how y'all? There's just the four of you currently, so.
I don't want to be blue anymore, or gold, whatever color I am, bronze.
That's the one.
I want to be blue.
So you want to undo it? Okay, well I can do that. It's much easier for me than anyone else, since I'm the one who did it for you in the first place. So, come on over here, and so she will direct you off to one of the side rooms, essentially, in a divination hall, a couple floors down. Fairly plain, austere chamber. Not much of the way of distractions on the walls or anything else. But there's a circle in the middle. Well, stand in there. This will make things easier.
Go stand over there.
And look at the rest of you. I hope you're all doing well as well. Let's just take care of this, and you're sure everything's fine then? You don't need to...
Oh, nope. The people who would be doing the bad things are kind of not. So I'll be okay.
All right then. I will trust your judgment in this case. It was hopefully all will be well then. And she will start working her magic and making gestures. You'll see kind of magical sigils appear in the air, moving around Sora, and slowly, as if like the bronze metallic coating over her melts away. The features adjust slightly, just enough to sort of appearance there, and just sort of like dips away, and just sort of it's almost like the metal melts off of you. and you
Yeah.
are back to being blue.
I'm gonna give Sora a hug and say yay!
It's so better. It feels so much better, y'all. You don't even understand. Ugh.
I'm glad I was able to help. It's a lot easier to undo than it is to do it in the first place. So, I hope there's. Is there anything else? What have you been up to? You've been gone for a while now.
Oh, so much.
So
We've been
much.
doing so much. We saw a bunch of dragonkin.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bunch of. Oh, go ahead.
There's some giants. We saw some giants.
Giants. I forgot about them.
Oh, right. That's quite a, you were actually on Stormspire. Wow. That's a, I can't rightly say I know anyone's had done that before. So very well done.
Gemstone Dragonkin.
Mm-hmm.
Murdered a bunch of them because they were corrupted. Saved some babies.
Well, you've definitely been busy.
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
How's Nils?
Oh, just fine, just fine. He's always working on new projects and such. I'm always trying to improve some things. He's been making a lot of deliveries to your friend Eldon there over in Raven's Crest. He's
Nice.
the guy seems to be quite busy, so he's been needing a lot of materials and.
He's very busy. He's retired now, so you know.
Well, it's nice to be able to settle down and work on whatever you want to work on instead of being at the whim of whatever adventure takes your fancy. And bit of news here in the city. We now have an actual official heir to the throne of the Duchy of Horus.
Yeah.
We heard.
Yeah, we.
Oh yeah, we've met her.
Yeah.
Delia.
Yeah, she seems to be I don't know yet. I mean, it's hard to say, but it's all very sudden. So I hope everything's well. I hope it's all good. It's hard to say with the nature of what you've told me about what's happening there. But I don't see any problems with it specifically. I'm starting to wonder if maybe the Duchess's health is failing.
Yeah, that's what we thought too.
I
We
spit on the
obviously
floor and walk. I fake spit on the floor and then walk
Yeah.
away at that.
I guess she needs a new host.
Well, it is a matter of choice, so it's up to Delia if he's going to this new
And she
Duchess
does
is
seem
going to
quite
pick up that
happy.
power.
She does seem quite happy with it, so
Well, we shall see how that plays out.
we shall.
Well, other than that, there have been numerous rift sightings in various places. Some storm rifts off the coast. I understand one of the villages in the south, northeast of Dravir, burned down as a fire rift opened up in the middle of the town.
No.
What's causing the rifts?
I don't know. It's from all I've been able to determine, the veil between material plane and some of the other planes is shifting. I can't even say weakening because it's not really that. It's as if like gaps are suddenly appearing and sealing back over again. It's not even a. I mean, this has been a phenomenon for as long as anyone is anyone writing about it. It happens on occasion. It's just been happening more frequently.
I wish Satara was here. Is it the void? Do you think? Is it related to the void?
I can't say that it is specifically. I mean, there's no presence of anything like that associated with them, as far as we can tell. I mean, these are planes. These are openings to the planes of, well, I mean, the elemental plane of fire, the elemental plane of air. Uh, I mean, we'll keep gathering reports. We're not sure, but I mean, from what I understand here, you encountered a plane to Shadowfell, a rift to Shadowfell.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. We'll definitely keep looking out, trying to find out more. We are definitely looking into it, but so far anyway, it's been random and more, well, random and very localized. The rifts aren't large. I mean, it's not like there's massive. They're not staying very long.
And are they just staying around here, or are they in like a lot of places?
Well, I mean, so far as I one off the coast, um, out in the ocean there, some Salem vessels reported the problem, and the one town down near Dravier. But yeah, I don't know. It's I mean, we're trying to find other reports of other places just to see if anyone else is reporting this kind of thing like that. But so far, at least, those are the two we've heard about. There's been some other things, potentially, earth rift causing an earthquake somewhere, but it could also be natural causes. That one we can't really tell for sure. It's a little hard to say. We're still gathering information.
Was anybody hurt and or missing?
Well, the town that burned down, there were some people who lost their lives in that one.
Mm-hmm.
It happened so suddenly that they weren't able to get out.
Right.
The coastal one, I mean, it caused some damage to some of the towns in the area there, but no one lost their life. And like I said, we'll keep. I've been trying to divine nature of the cause. Find other places have been affected. We've got the word out there for anyone to report anything suspicious or strange, but a lot of area to look into.
When did these all happen? Was it all on the same day, or?
No, it's been happening over the last few weeks. These two incidents happened. One happened last week. The coastal one happened a week and a half ago.
Okay, so it wasn't on the day that we destroyed the.
No.
Okay.
Like I said, it's so far at least, it's been fairly minor, and it seems to have been things to the elemental planes for the most part. I'd be a little more concerned if suddenly a demon popped out of somewhere and a plane to the hells or opened up. The possibility. So definitely need to keep that in mind as we try to gather more information. So if y'all see anything, you better let me know.
Yep.
Great.
We see big black voided creature coming out of the earth. We'll let you know.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm sure you'd be able to deal with it. Anything else you want to discuss with her? Anything you want to do while you're here in town?
Oh, yeah. I'll make a list.
Okay. Well, since you are currently in Port Oris, you'll have some time here. If you do want to have something looked at, something made, modified, changed, looked into, any research you want to do here, obviously you'll have that capability.
What is that specter dust we picked up?
That essentially, you can spread it in an area there and prevent things that like wraiths or specters from being able to move through it. It makes something solid to
That's
them, so they can't pass through it.
Okay.
Also, if you spread it on them, they can't pass through anything either. So basically, kind of would essentially coat them and prevent them from.
Takes their corporeal. It makes them corporeal and not
Yeah,
incorporeal.
So essentially, while they're coated by it, while they're touched by it, they can't move through solid objects either. It ruins their ethereal nature. All right. Well, in that case, you are here in Port Oris for right now. Is there anyone else you want to speak with, or go check in with while you're here?
I'll go to.
Check in with Iron.
I'll go see Lindra.
Okay. Yep. As you, the shop is pretty much as always. Some items have come and gone a little bit, but a little more mundane items right now. Oddities, interesting looking pieces, but not as much magic as there was in the past. At least not openly displayed anywhere. Should be very happy to see you. Of course, we're going to give you a hug and kiss and such. And you will see Danlin in the area there, who's looking a little bit taller than he before, as he is. He's over 16 now. He actually has passed up his 16th birthday now, and definitely showing signs of filling out into a young man. Well, I think that you have been away for far too long. Glad you're able to come here. I do appreciate you stopping by. And how long are you going to be here?
That's a good question.
6.5 seconds.
Well, there are things people wanted to do here, so obviously.
Yeah, a few days at least, I can imagine.
Really?
Maybe longer? Weeks? Months?
Well, send me to Raven's Crest for a bit.
Yeah, I can do that.
No. I mean, I assume you still have important things to do, so I know that I know that you're involved in some rather important things. I've kind of picked up on that. A lot of darkness surrounds you guys. Not in you.
Sure, it's nothing we can't handle.
Well, I mean, obviously you have been. So she will point. She's one who mentioned before about the rifts and stuff being an issue. There's definitely, I don't know, things are concerning, but not imminently. So don't feel like you have to be here when you have things to do. Obviously, there's a lot going on. I've picked up on that at least. There's something out there, something that you're dealing with that's kind of important. I don't know. Did I hear that? I don't know if it's just a vision that I had, or if I've been hearing rumors about it. But the Drakoll cities got overrun. Did I hear that right?
Yes, it did. The Gold Dragon City, yeah.
Oh, that's bad. Well, hopefully you can do
The statement
that.
of the year. That's bad.
Yeah, I'm not. Can't imagine what that's like. Just kind of looks around the shop, like, well, I
Shop.
don't have anything here, so
She works on a shop. Mystic Menagerie.
Yeah, we got stuff I gotta offload.
okay. Well, if you have items to sell, if you have things you want to be looking into buy, if you want to have something made or investigated or else that, definitely pass that along in between games so we can have that ready for you next time. So, Lucas had mentioned potentially staying for hours, days, weeks. What's it gonna be?
No, not weeks. We've got stuff to do.
Yeah, definitely.
Just probably a day or two to reassess ourselves, get whatever we want out of our inventory, and then back to it.
Sounds like a plan. Well,
Yeah.
in that case, figure out what it is you want. Let me know before next session. I believe, is it next week? Nans, are you off next week or the week after? It's
The
week after,
9th.
right?
It's the week
The 9th?
That's
That's
next week.
Okay.
That's next week.
Yeah. So next week we are going to be off. I'm going to be. Dan's going to be gone. I'm going to be because Pam's leaving town as well. So next week we'll have a game next week. We'll be back in 2 weeks. So with that though, we'll go ahead and call it there. And if you have some questions for people investigating things here, yes, I will pass that information along. I will any items you're looking for to have modified, changed, upgraded, buy new, whatever it is, let me know what you need. But in that case, I want to thank you guys for being here. I hope that things are going well for our missing players, and they'll be able to join us next time. But with that, we're going to go ahead and call things for today. Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching out there. Those of you who are watching here now in the future, as always, come join the Tumble Taker if you're looking for games. We'd love to get some more things happening. We will see you again in the next in 2 weeks. And as always, thanks for being here. Drinks are on us, and we'll see you again in 2 weeks. Okay, bye everyone.
Here we go.
Hey guys.
Bye.
Peace.